Hey, I think I got everything figured out. Alright, what's up, y'all? So, I promised a little while ago, not too long ago, I think, for Neb in particular, I told him I would do a Narukami normals tier list because he claimed the thing here, the 30,000 point one. The other one that was claimed was the ease of use tier list that was mentioned. There's been a few of those made over the last few years, but I was asked for my opinion, so we're just gonna go with that for now and see how we can go from there. So how this is gonna work is I'm gonna be swapping between training mode and my monitor screen, you know, just showing off everything that we're currently working on, as well as the two tier lists that we have here. This is the Narukami tier list. I labeled all of the normals that I thought would be necessary. I think the only one I didn't label was Zerodyne, just because that one's kind of obvious. And this one's just a pretty basic tier list when it comes to the ease of use thing. So just to go over the top, bottom, all of the tiers, just to, I guess before I do even that, I should probably clarify that this is just my opinion. This is purely what I believe to be the case for a lot of these things. It's not gonna be set in stone or anything, and it's kind of hard to say anything that I would be saying is like physically correct. So if you disagree with anything, please say so. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We are here to have a discussion above all else. So the top tier, this one is these are just characters that you can sort of play the game with without having to worry too much about any of the advanced tech or anything. They'll help you learn the game pretty easily, and whether or not they have a high skill ceiling or not is kind of irrelevant because you could just play them with a low skill floor and go from there. Hey, Icy, welcome. I'm glad you can make it. I know you said that you wanted this, so we're definitely doing this specifically for you. The disclaimers were a little earlier, just TLDR, this is just my opinion. If you disagree with anything, please feel free to ask or just ask questions in general. But yeah, we're just going over the tiers quickly. This one is just, you can kind of play them regardless. It doesn't really matter if they have a high skill ceiling because the skill floor is low enough to where you can just kind of play them. The next tier under that is probably going to require you to learn a little bit more about how they work as a character. You know, maybe learning what the special moves do and how the buttons chain together, but otherwise they're pretty similar to the top tier. There's basically no difference otherwise. The middle tier is the character that you're like gonna have to, you know, eventually start labbing a little bit more just because they're a bit more confusing to play. The second bottom tier, this is the one where you start to get the character specialist tiers. This is a lot harder to work with in general. This is generally the characters that are going to be, you need to learn a specific technique to use to their fullest extent, or they require a certain executional point that not every character does. And then the tier below that is generally just harder than the tier above it. That's what separates them primarily. And obviously, like, as we talk about it, I'm gonna go through every character and like show basic things based on how I know and whatnot, and we can go from there. So just to get like a decent feel on how we're gonna place characters, I think a character that has a high skill ceiling but also an incredibly low skill floor is Akatsuki. This guy, this fucking guy. You can kind of play him however you want. I genuinely think Akatsuki is one of the easiest characters in the game to play. Like, he has a lot under the surface. If we were to go in game, and we could very easily talk about it, just to like boot up Akatsuki.
Get ready.
General consensus, 9's gonna be difficult lemon tier. Probably. I would say she's definitely around there. But like, just to talk about Akatsuki, right? He does have shit that you can do that is really cool, right? Like, he has a land cancel. Let's see if I can, yeah, there we go, I got it first try. Like, you can do that, and that actually bolsters his routing a lot, which is something that a lot of characters can't say that they can do. But a lot of people can just do shit like this and be perfectly fine. Like, you get decent Oki off this, the corner carry is fine, 5B is a good normal to press just because of how fucking far it goes and how much damage it does. Like, pressing B Tatsu is not hard. You know, you could do this very easily. Just kind of do whatever with this character, and like, it'll generally work. You can get a very easy feel for how the game plays just by how Akatsuki is. You know, like shoot fireballs, shoot slow into fast, it'll combo like that. You'll eventually learn that Eitatsu is really good, then you can start doing active swap shit. This character teaches you a lot of the game. I think Akatsuki is a very easy beginner character to recommend to people. My friend who's super new to a BB tag, he picked Akatsuki Susanoo, he's already getting the Susanoo land cancels down. Yeah, see, like, I guess now that you bring it up, that would be a good character to talk about next. So, like, not Discord. Let me actually close Discord. I'm not going to use that. Susan is probably, like, I want to say here. Susan is one of those characters that is in a very similar regard to Akatsuki, but he does require a couple things that he doesn't. Like, Akatsuki is not... doesn't require you to do like any sort of staircasing things, which can be a little more confusing to some people. But Susan definitely requires like you have to understand how Grand Viper works, you have to know what his special moves are. You know, like understanding that you can jump cancel this and do this is probably a lot more important about Susan when it comes to that. But I also think he has a lot of a skill ceiling too, because learning how to use something like 6P or 4P and understanding his routing and like how he goes for better combos, you know, spending this and then doing loops like this. Yeah, like 10k off that for doing fucking nothing. You have incredibly good defensive options, which I probably should have brought up with Akatsuki. But you have one of the best supers in the game. This shit hits full screen, it's incredibly fast, it's hard to punish. You can kind of just throw this shit out. You also have really good buttons for pressure that will open people up really easily. Like this being +3 on block is insane. Pick throws out of the ass, you can kind of just do whatever you want. He kills people for mashing DP. So like if you're just kind of sitting there and they start ooga boogieing on you, it's pretty easy. So this character's a lot easier than other characters, I would say. He teaches you the game on a very fundamental level. I'm so happy you're making this because BB Tag Switch just went on sale and like 3 of my friends just bought it. Oh, sick! Okay, this is perfect timing then. Can you add something on Susan? Yeah, go for it. What do you want to say, Jolton? I'll probably upload this to my personal channel, just because it's like nothing to do with IF technically, and then we'll just go from there. I might edit the VOD, I might just throw it on just for convenience's sake and then timestamp it. You know, either or. Whatever works, honestly. I have a lot of other shit to like do editing with, so that might take priority over this. Doing normal routes that are mashing locks his full potential. Oh, yeah, 2000%, I agree. Like, Susan player doing something like this is not going to understand why this part of the combo drops, which is why it takes a lot more understanding of like not only how the combo timer works, but how his routing works in order to actually do a proper link here. Like, for most Susan players that haven't picked up the character, knowing the rule of 4 when going for the staircase routing is definitely pretty important. He also needs you to know how to do tiger knees, which are like not hard in this game, but they definitely require you to like understand how they work. I'll turn on my inputs and everything just so people can see how it works quickly. Incredibly sloppy input, but you get the idea. Susan is among the characters that teaches delaying buttons for full damage. Yeah, no, just like we showed earlier, this doesn't work if you just mash like this. It'll drop out. But if you're delaying it, you get full confirms like this. So he definitely has a lot of things that you do need to keep in mind in that regard. And it's not like Akatsuki doesn't, because he does require you to do links, but they're not hard to do. Like, once you understand how to do the link, you're really not going to have a hard time with his combos. Like we talked about earlier, the only thing that I really think people would find difficult is doing the land cancel like that. Otherwise, Akatsuki's pretty easy, and I think Susan is definitely a step above that. TKs in this game will feel off even for people coming from other games. That's true. TKs in this game are definitely not the same as other games. Like, even there, I tried to do it really clean and I just didn't get it. You have to delay it a certain way. I think that's something we're going to talk about a little bit more when we get to Lene. But generally, this character, I would say, is like a tier above Akatsuki in terms of difficulty. So I'm going to leave him here. This is where I think he's going to be. I guess since I mentioned Lene, we should probably move to her quickly. Where's Lene? Here. So, it's kind of funny we're working through it the way that we are, because I definitely think Lene is a tad bit harder than some other characters. Like, if we were to swap to Lene right now...
Get ready!
What do you play BB Tag with? I play on a DS4. I learned the game on DS4. I've attempted to swap to other controllers before. Like, I have a snack box sitting over there that I attempt to play with occasionally. But I've gotten so comfortable with the DS4 that I just kind of use it. So I'm just going to keep doing it until all of them die. And then eventually learn something else. Hopefully that doesn't make too much of a difference though. Like, controllers in general aren't super important for this game. Oh, keyboard player, interesting.
You're just wasting your time.
The fucking broke hitbox. Unfortunate. But yeah, no, the reason I say that Lene is harder than both Susan and Akatsuki is because she not only requires you to know a lot of delays, but her combos really don't make sense to someone who doesn't understand how rebeats work. Like, she needs you to know how to do TKs. She wants you to know how to do a bunch of delays. Her buttons are kind of weird. She doesn't have a traditional anti-air. This doesn't really work.
Good grief.
Like, if you press it early enough, then maybe. I think Wagner 5A is kind of a bad example.
Pointless. Good grief.
Yeah, like, I can't press it as late as I would press something like Susan 2B.
Might as well.
Get down and pray.
Yeah, like, you get the idea. She doesn't have a traditional anti-air. Her buttons are kind of weird. Like, she doesn't have that many lows. I guess it's about the same amount of lows as most characters, but most people wouldn't press 2B for their low. Find me an IF if you need a Susan rundown. No, it should be fine. Like, I think I know enough about Susan to be fine here. If you want to critique me on anything, then by all means, I will not stop you. Yeah, like, Lene requires you to understand how her specials work. She has a bunch of little tech that requires you to interact with it in a different way. Like, she's one of the only characters in the game that can do a dash cancel and combo to another special from it, like this, which is part of her optimal routing. See, if I wasn't dog shit, I would do the routing here. Yeah, like that. You know, 7.6k for 2 bars, my beloved.
You're just wasting your time.
I've been playing Tanker and Yang recently as my team, but Susan Knight is my best team. Yeah, I mean, whatever you feel most comfortable with. You're probably gonna be moving around a lot of characters until you find something that you're comfy with, generally. Yeah, this fucking emote, it's so horrible. It's so bad.
You're just wasting your time.
But yeah, Nep, we're gonna move on to the Narukami tier list eventually. We're just starting up with the ease of use tier list. We just discussed Lene. Like, she's definitely a character that requires you to understand how to do specific techniques a little bit more. But other than that, I don't think she's that difficult. Like, she doesn't require you to do a bunch of dash cancels or anything, even though, like, this is one of them, but this one isn't that hard. You know, we'll get to another character later that is definitely a lot harder than this one when it comes to dash cancels, but generally, as a rule of thumb, she is not that bad. Like, she has good defensive options, her DP is okay.
Might as well.
She has 3 jumps, and she can manipulate herself pretty easily. She has a lot of good active swap tools, so like, you could do some shit like this.
Might as well.
Most people aren't really gonna know how doing something like this works initially. You can combo up a lot of stuff with Lene. Or for example, 214A. This is one of her most important enders because if you route it correctly from certain points on the map, you get a save from anywhere on screen. And like when it comes to her pressure, she gets a lot off that. Like, let me just let me set up a situation for you here, just to explain it a little bit better. So let's say I got a throw right here. I spaced myself a little bit wrong there, but let's do right here. So if I'm in this situation right here, Lene is one of the few characters that can do a fuzzy off this situation solo and get a full confirm. Yeah, like that. So that's definitely something that requires a unique understanding to actually play the character properly. And like, she doesn't deal with push block all that well. Like doing something like this would be decent, I guess. Like that'd be okay, because most people aren't gonna be mashing push block like that.
You're just wasting your time.
It's been nearly a year and I'm still in my character crisis. Don't be too hard on yourself. A lot of people are still playing the game to this day and don't really have a main team like that and are still trying a bunch of them. You're probably just in the same category as them. You'll eventually find a character that you're cool with. Or maybe you find that you don't like the game as much as you thought you did, which is totally fine too. You know, I don't want to force anyone to play the game. As much as I love BB Tag, this is not the hill I want to die on, you know? Just keep at it. And if you end up feeling like you're not vibing with the game after trying as many as you want to, then that's perfectly okay too. Just play at your own pace.
Just wasting your time.
And then we'll be here for you if you ever want to continue to improve. But yeah, I think that covers Lene pretty well. She's pretty okay for the most part. I would put her in the middle tier. Now that we have a couple more established, I think I want to start going to the harder characters. Characters that require to know specific things or have a specific executional requirement. I'm gonna put Seth here. Okay, so hear me out, right? Seth is a really hard character to play. But what makes him easier than other characters, in my opinion, as a Seth player, is that he doesn't have immediate execution requirements when it comes to anything in particular. Like, even when it comes to something like, you know, the orb combos, you could do very basic stuff like this and get away with a lot. Like, this isn't that hard. What's hard about Seth is having the situational awareness to know how to confirm off certain things. Because the confirm off throw in that regard is completely different than the one off this. Right? Like, See, like, it even sent the weird way. Now I have to figure this out myself. So I have to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, yeah, it just sends that way no matter what. That doesn't work either. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What am I clicking right now? Like, you get the idea, right? Like, what's difficult about Seth is not the executional requirement, but he does have a few things you do need to know. Like, TK's... Is clipping okay? Yeah, absolutely. Feel free. If you want any specific questions answered about Seth, then please tell me. I will be more than happy to do so, and I feel qualified to answer those now that I play this character pretty consistently. I definitely vibe with the game sometimes. I wish it was still updated with new characters. Valid. 2000% valid. This character, I'm sorry, not this character. This game definitely deserved more than what it got, but that's not the conversation we're having today. But yeah, feel free to make as many clips as you want. I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube and putting it in the IF Discord. So if you want to see it there, here, I'll quickly link the IF Discord for you. Join at that link right there, and you will be able to see it at any point whenever you join. It'll be in the self-plug channel, and you'll have access to like over 750 people that play the game and go from there. But yeah, no, shilling aside, this character is pretty difficult because it requires certain situational awareness. I think I have a clip that gives a good example, actually. Let me go over to my clips.
An ill wind blows.
I gotta go find it quickly. Clips.
An ill wind blows.
OMG, did I not save it? I don't think I did.
You scared?
That's so tragic. Okay, never mind. Okay, so there was this weird situation I remember hitting a little while ago. I'm gonna swap over to Ruby for a second, because that was the character that it happened on.
Get ready!
I believe it was something like... this, where I had an orb set. I think I set an orb. I don't remember what I did, but it was something like... I think it hit kind of weird. Hold on.
I'll end this. I'll end this.
Yeah, something like that. Like, you have to understand the position you're in order to confirm hits with Seth properly, which is really weird to do because it's not always intuitive. Like, that situation right there, you wouldn't know unless you knew that Ruby's burst acted really weird. Like, that isn't normal. And even the confirm that I just did was Omega unoptimal. I was just trying to clip the orb combo you had at the beginning a few minutes ago, and he said the VOD will... Yeah, the VOD is going to be up, don't worry. And the VOD's gonna be up. I'm also gonna put it on my personal YouTube channel, but I'll have that linked at the end of the video just to show you where it'll be. But generally, yeah, like Seth isn't hard because he has a lot of executional requirements, He's difficult because he requires you to understand a lot about both the characters that you're fighting and the way his routing works itself.
Blows.
Okay, pop quiz, right?
I'll end this. Capture.
Let me turn off first.
I'll end this.
Okay, so to confirm off this, you have to do something very different than what you would do. Let me just show the actual combo first. You get a combo there. If you were to do this, you still have to do it, but you also have to change the direction that you're holding. Or like, let's say you're doing it off a block string that pushes you out a little bit more, right? And like, they don't block the, let's say they don't block the high. Like, you have to add an extra button there in order for that to confirm properly. It doesn't seem that difficult, right? Like, it doesn't seem like it should be that hard, and it's not. Like, once you understand how the orb loop works, you know how to confirm off of it. Or, let me give an example like this, right? Let's say I'm a little bit too close, actually. Okay, I did it correctly this time here, but there's a very weird interaction where if you're under it like this, you could accidentally go the wrong way. Okay, I'm low-key just doing it correctly now. That's fucking crazy. But yeah, like, you could go the wrong way there if you're very slightly off on the positioning. And that makes it a lot harder to do proper combos. I'm not good with set plays, I'm more of a rushdown. I wouldn't say Seth is like a set play character. You know, setting up orbs is definitely part of, you know, what makes him unique, but he's not like doing a lot of that. Just to like, this is the most orb setup you'll probably see. I fucked it up. You know, you could do something like that, right? Like if you don't fuck up the meaty, like I did there. And that does require a little bit of understanding how his combo routing works. And that's, but like, it's not hard. I guess execution isn't difficult to do. I'm not going to say this character is hard in terms of, you know, like playing the game. But he does require you to like understand how the game works to an extent, right? Which is not going to be immediately obvious to a lot of characters. But we have a lot of characters to cover, so I'm not going to go over this too much. The point is, Seth is pretty solidly in this tier. And I would also put someone like... Where is she? Weiss in this tier. So we all know Weiss. Weiss is a character that I think is honestly pretty infamous in the... Like, if you play any emoticon on BB tag... I just haven't really touched the game in a while, so my knowledge is also just out the window. Understandable. It's definitely a game that requires a lot of your understanding in order to like play it to a high level, so don't feel too bad about that. But yeah, like this character, in order to play properly, absolutely requires you to have execution down on a certain thing. And like, granted, the execution isn't that bad, right? Even now, I'm still fucking it up 6 years later. Like, being able to do that is one of the most important things about playing Weiss. And a lot of people are just not going to be able to do that because they haven't practiced it or maybe they don't want to. Like, it's so important to be able to do this, and I genuinely think that's what makes the difference in how to play the character. This is like the complete opposite of Seth, because aside from land cancels, Weiss is an incredibly basic character. You know, you can set up 2/2s in order to set up a wall for free, or to like block projectiles or something. No, this is what it's good at. You know, just block projectiles like that. You can set up your own projectiles, which home to an extent, they're okay. Like she throws herself at you pretty easily. her damage isn't that like crazy, but she does have good ways of mixing you up. She has a lot of good throw cancel buttons. Like, she has a lot of good ways of doing very decent strike throw. And then she does a good job of like trying to set up in neutral too, because she has a lot of jump cancelable normals. He forces an immediate understanding of the round start as well. So this is a character that not only requires like good executional understanding, but he's good at abusing the game's systems. Does Neo fall into the same category? Sort of. I feel like I would put Neo... we'll talk about Neo in a second. Let me quickly finish up with Weiss. So Weiss, like, aside from the land cancels, I don't think she's that hard. Like, she has a lot of similar things to like what Akatsuki does. She gives you a lot of good teaching tools for, you know, active swap points. But there's also a bit of Finnick like that, which you do have to account for. Something that I do think is probably an initiation with Weiss players is like... Well, accidentally inputting 2-2 is one of them for sure. But getting a 2C hit that's a little bit too far, and you're not quite able to confirm it with 2-1-4C. I think I'm genuinely not sure how to show this like without cherry picking it, because it is kind of hard to properly do. I think it's off specific pushback. Like, yeah, like that. Okay. You can't always confirm in a 2-4C like that, and that's probably the move that you're going to be using a lot of if you're not doing land cancels. So she does require you to understand how her kit works a good bit, but I don't think she's like... You're going to be struggling with this character for ages otherwise. She's just very simple to play. So yeah, she goes in this tier. As for Neo... I think she has a pretty unorthodox kit that does require you to understand the game at a pretty, like, decent level in order to play her properly. Yeah, I would definitely say that that's probably there. Like, let's go to Neo quickly.
Get ready!
Like, Neo has a lot of weird tools that aren't super obvious. You know, you have to understand how her routing works in order to, you know, stay on same side, because if you learn one combo, you're going to be side swapping 17 times. And that's not something that you want to be doing all the time. I wonder how to do the 2-3-6 speed combo. I don't think I actually know how. There we go, I got it. Like, when it comes to like executing her combos, she does have cool shit that you can do. Let me just record the bot doing something like this. It's a 2-3-6, I think. Yeah, like that. You can confirm off her JC if you do that high enough, which is something that you need to like know how to do. Will tiers be ordered? I can probably do that. That shouldn't be too hard. Like, I guess just to get out of the way now and order it, we can do, let's say the back half is the easiest and the second half is the hardest. We're gonna move, actually no, let's reverse that so that the hardest is gonna be on the left side. Death is generally the hardest here. I would say that Neo's a little bit more difficult than Weiss. And then we don't have anyone else here, so obviously we can't do that. But yeah, we'll quickly tier it. But yeah, like Neo has a lot of specific things that you need to understand how they work. Like 6-6 is not super intuitive because she doesn't have a real dash. Well, I guess she does, but like everyone has a dash in this game technically, aside from the characters that have a very specific one. You get what I mean. She doesn't have a normal 6-6. Crossing this over like you, that's not super normal. Not a lot of characters can do that. She has an instant overhead that you can also do land cancels with. So I would definitely say that's a little bit harder. She has a dive kick that doesn't really function the same way other things do. She has a high-low tool that isn't super normal either. like, she's a mix-up incarnate character, and that's not something that's going to be super, you know, intuitive to a lot of people. But her execution is not that hard. Like, I wouldn't say she has anything that she explicitly requires you to do, you know? So, the only thing that makes Neo more difficult than, say, Weiss, like we discussed earlier, is definitely just going to be what she requires out of you as a player. But she doesn't do that much damage, right? Like a very basic B&B. She doesn't really do that much. Like off a good hit, getting 6.3, kind of okay. But you're not going to be getting that a lot. You're going to be pressing a lot of this. You know, and it's pretty easy to drop the combos like that too. You can tell I don't play Neo. I feel like lane cancels are sort of required. Not really. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Neo actually do these in a game. Maybe like Makikon. But other than that, no, not really. Like, she has so many little things that you could use that add to her kit. Doing something like teleport here. Teleport is actually a pretty decent ender, if I remember correctly. Like, how do I do it? You could like do an auto tech chase off that, I think. Yeah, like that. There you go.
Better than I thought.
That's probably going to be something that requires a little bit more understanding. Her defensive options aren't super normal. Her DP kind of sucks. She has a command grab super that definitely helps. You know, being able to just do this at any time definitely helps with defense. But I don't know. I would definitely say that she... kind of hard to say, honestly. Like, she has a high skill ceiling, but the skill floor isn't super high. What's up, Creation? I think I would say, like... okay, I guess just thinking about it more, I'd probably put her in, like, the middle tier here. I think she's harder than Lene, but she's definitely not in the same tier as Weiss and Seth. Are there any other characters that any of you want to see before I start going on tangents? Is there a specific thing that you would prefer? I do not mind going for anything. Mai? Alright, we can do Mai. Let's see. How do I feel about Mai? I think she's pretty easy, like, the more I think about it. I'd probably put her like here, on Susan tier. I think she might be a little bit harder than Susan, but like her damage is worse, and by extension she has to hit you more often, which means that, you know, you have to be better at the game. Like, okay. Let's look at Mai quickly.
Get ready.
So what makes Mai difficult is that she doesn't have a lot of traditional combo starters. Like, the main way she starts combos is by pressing 2B because that's her launcher. But she doesn't get that from every range, right? Like, this whiffs at certain points here. And then doing 2C into like 236B, yeah, you get a lot of corner carry, but that's not something that you're going to be doing that often. And she has combos into like her 5B that you could definitely take use of. Something like this. I low-key don't know how to do my combos. It's like... I think it's 236 after this. I don't know, I think you have to like fully charge it to confirm it. You also have to know how to delay things because Susan Run requires a bit of a delay before you can actually pick up off it. He also requires you to understand how to like do delays here so that you could do full pickups there. I forgot to do it. Fucking... Yo, I might be a quad. Okay, too much delay. Yeah, some shit like that. She definitely requires you to understand shit like that. Learning how to link is definitely not as easy. But if you do 2369 with Mai, you hold dash momentum with your jump. Our jump cancels a bit weird with Mai, a bit weird because we're 236. True, they are a bit weird. Like, I think I remember hearing that you could do some shit like this. I don't remember how to do it properly. It's something like that, I think. Where you could like flip and then press JA and then you'll get the confirm. Something like that. Like, she definitely requires you to understand the game pretty decently, so maybe putting her in Susan tier is not required. That's probably not correct. Maybe if I had to revise it a bit, probably like right here. Definitely on the same tier as Lene, I'd say. Something like that. I'm trying to think about it now, because like, Mai is a character that, as the best Mai player, I can say she can't do that. Damn. But like, okay, so yeah, the combo execution's a little bit harder. She does require a bit more situational awareness to combo off things properly. And like, she doesn't get to use a lot of her specials outside of the corner. Like, she gets confirms off this here. And this button's kind of ass, because you could crouch it, but it's like Omega Plus if you catch them standing, so it's a decent throw bait, question mark. She doesn't have the greatest normals. I think her fastest normal is an 8 frame, a 7 frame, which one of the two? Her buttons are a little bit slow. Like, her buttons reach decently far, but like, a lot of her best tools aren't, you know, as easy to use. She has one of the best JAs in the game though, I'll say that. 2000% she has a good JA. Oh, and one of the best 5Ps in the game. Like, this assist is so fucking stupid. This shit is ridiculous. Unfortunately, that's like one of her best assists in general. Yeah, some shit like that. Like, this assist is pretty whatever. I guess her 4P's okay. Like, it's just kind of a little bit of a worse Ruby 4P. But it's an anti-air assist. It does its job.
You want me to start?
Yeah, Coast to Coast 5P is crazy. Like, Lamau, you didn't block? Yeah, some shit like that. This 5e is probably the hardest execution thing that I would think about from her. Like, knowing how to route into 5e properly is not super easy to understand. Like, even now, I'm not 100% sure how to do it properly without something like Yumi in the back. So, yeah, I would say she's definitely on the harder, like, mid-tier situation. It wouldn't take you super hard to learn her, but it's definitely, like, she has a bit of a learning curve, but it's not as bad as Seth, I think, or like Weiss. Okay, so I saw Yukiko as one of the requests. We can do her next. Where's Yukiko? Okay, so I struggle to rank this character because I have a lot of biases against her, but if I were to try and set them aside for a moment, I think that she's actually pretty difficult. I want to say like either top of mid tier or bottom of high tier, like one of these two. I'm gonna leave her here for now, just to be safe. Like, generally, this character has a lot of shit you need to keep in mind for her routing, and all of it is required. She can do a lot of crazy shit as well. She has incredibly good JVs, like these. Okay, I learned recently that these don't actually have head property, so you can't anti-air them properly. Let me set Ruby to like do a delayed anti-air.
I'm up. I'll clean this up.
Okay.
Counter.
Like, you see how she still got hit? Yeah, it traded, but generally Yukiko can just do shit like this, and it just works. See what I mean? It has a ton of hit stun because it's a projectile and it counter hit. Like, she could throw shit out like this. 214B is one of the most bullshit specials in the game. She has an assist that just forces you to play her game for a little bit. Yeah, it whiffs if you crouch, but like, a character like Adachi can just kind of go in and force you to play his game. Then he just like backs up, he calls 5P, he IDs over you. You call in Yukiko, oh look, Lamau, I have level 5, I'm gonna kill you. Like, this character has a lot of nuance when it comes to like playing her properly. But man, when she gets going, she has so many good things that she can do. Don't remember many projectiles having head-foot property. You get why I'm talking about it though, right? Because this is like really hard to deal with for some characters. This is like genuinely incredibly frustrating. And she can angle it in a bunch of different ways, so this is generally still really strong. Okay, so she does have a lot of weaknesses though. Like, her fastest button is 2, I believe, at like 8 or 9 frames. This is a 10 frame. Her JA is also a 10 frame, so she has pretty slow buttons, even if she can cancel into it a bajillion times. But she has really good pressure, even when she's up close or further away. I forgot how to do it. It's like some shit like this. Oh, she has a burst safe confirm off something like this. Like, that just confirms into itself. Like, this character has a lot of things that she can do that require you to know how the character works. And like, she has deceptively good frame data on things. This character, like,
I'll show you my
she goes out of her way to be good in ways you don't expect her to. Yeah, she requires setup, but on most teams, well, maybe not most teams, but like her good teams just enable the shit out of that, and she can get it off one combo. Like, we're gonna go to Adachi again, just to really exemplify my point. I selected the wrong character, but you get the idea. Hold on.
Get ready.
Some of her moves are kind of terrible, but she can wall out people with no good anti-projectile. Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm not saying she doesn't have bad matchups. You know, characters that can kind of zone her out better than she does, and it's definitely rough. I don't get the point. Can you start over and talk real slow? So this is an ease of use tier list, right? And we're talking about the ease of use of the character. I definitely went on a little bit of a tangent, but the point I'm trying to make is that Yukiko is really difficult in some ways and pretty easy in others, so I think it kind of balances out to a certain extent. Like, for example, her routing is kind of complicated because you could do shit like this, but she can also do shit like, I think, fuck, I don't actually know how to combo into it. Some shit like this. Like, she can combo into that and then get a safe jump off that, or like do an air dash combo. She could, she does those IAD loops that I showed earlier. 214B has a negative edge to it that you could control, I think. Like, how do I do it again? Yeah, like that. You have to hold the button and then let it go. Like that. There you go. She can kind of control it that way. And then when she makes you block, she could set it in a very specific way where the Miragi hits twice on block while the third hit stays out. So like, if you block the first two... Fuck, it's kind of hard to show this. Like, you see how it touched Ruby's block once there, but it still stayed active? If Ruby blocked it thinking that it was over and then just walked in, she would have gotten hit. And then Yukiko's plus that entire time. She has a lot of little things that, like, yeah, it would be nice to know, but she kind of just invalidates some things too. She has one of the fastest cancels like this. Like, this is 30 frames, but with how many other things she could do, she kind of just gets to do it occasionally. And then she gets really good damage off of it. She also has, like, pretty decent reversals too. Like, this is the knowledge check, but it's something you have to consider on top of everything else. Like, I'm not saying Yukiko's a hidden top tier or some shit, but this character is incredibly good. And the reason... Let me rephrase that. She has a lot of things that she does require you to understand how to work on properly. Like, she has a lot of a high skill ceiling. But I do think that she's not as hard as she's made out to be. Like, hitting level 5 with a decent team, not that difficult. Anything that lasts decently long, like, let's say, do some shit like this, right? Like, that was Omega Unoptimal, right? I pressed 2-2-C twice. Okay, I messed up the combo there. Something like this. And once, if you combo into that in any capacity... do I have it on no swap? No, I don't. Thank you, Adachi. Very cool. Of course it whiffed, man. Just do some shit like this and you instantly get a bunch of fire levels. I didn't even do anything crazy and she's already at level 5. Like, does fire meter just increase your fire damage? Yeah, so... Okay, so... Fire generally just makes her damage higher. It slightly increases the amount of damage she takes when she goes for, like, shit like 2 and 4. If I were to turn off the health regen, you would see it here. Doesn't it just take health? Hold on. I could have sworn it did. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was the 2-2s themselves that take health, and I don't think these do. Yeah, okay, I had it the other way around. So this is the damage that 214C does at, like, level, let's say level 1. Does about 3k if everything hits. Let's say she hits level 5. It does about 1,000 more. And then it slowly scales the more you get fire levels. And that applies to all of her specials like that. Her super does more damage. You know, 6.7 is a lot for a 1 super. Generally, this is not an easy character to play. I'm not going on this tirade to say that Yukiko is a character that you can kind of just pick up and play. But I also don't think she's one of the harder characters to play in the game, because she kind of balances herself out in that way. Wait, did I have the monitor on the whole time and not the game? I might be stupid. Well, whatever, it's fine. The point is, I think Yukiko is in the middle just because, like, she has a bunch of weird things that make her easier and harder simultaneously, which is not very common for a lot of characters, but, like, she's not easy either. I'm gonna shut up about Yukiko because I could talk about this character for ages. We've been seeing the game? Okay, good. I had to make sure. Because I had those settings weird on OBS. Okay, so I saw 9 requested. We'll do 9 next. 9 is here. Like, no doubt in my mind, 9 is one of the harder characters to play in the game. Now, why I think that? Let's quickly swap over to 9.
Get ready.
Okay, so we mentioned a bunch of different things about how certain characters require different things in order to play them properly. 9 has like all of them combined into one, right? Like you can't just mash buttons with this character because it really doesn't work properly and you don't get a lot of damage off of it. And it doesn't even work half the time. Like that was such a weird hit. If I'm this far, I can't even do it properly, I don't think. Hold on. Can't even combo into 2D. Like, this wouldn't be super intuitive to someone who doesn't know what they're doing. I guess you could do something like this, but you really don't get much off this unless you're in the corner. The point is, like, no, you do have to understand how her specials work. You do have to understand how each special changes, which is the important part. Like, for those of you that are unaware, 9's unique thing is that she has the spell gauge. Every time she walks forward a little bit or presses a button, she gains a little bit of the spell gauge. And at every level, all of her specials are different. For example, this is at level 0, which is where it's at the gray bar, 236A becomes a fireball. Something that controls the screen pretty easily, something that she'll have access to pretty much at all times. However, if she's at, let's say, level 5, she gets Androdite, which is not only a combo tool, but it can also be used as a neutral tool, because it's kind of weird to like properly interact with. She can send it out pretty far. She can kind of keep it in one spot. She can like move it around, which is also important to her combos. She has like untraditional movements. She can't run. She's one of the characters I mentioned about earlier, so she's jumping a lot. She doesn't have specials that are immediately obvious in how to use. How do you throw Androdite forward? Okay, so Androdite, like, if you hold the button, it will not only send it a different direction, but it will also, you can also influence the way that it goes. Like, for example, if I were to not hold the button here, you see how I get sent out at that certain angle? However, if I were to do it while also holding the button, it sends in. Like, there's a bunch of little nuances like that this character has a bunch of. This character's fucking hard, man. Okay, so one of the things that make her really difficult to deal with is this tool, Morganite. That hits twice low, which means that she has access to blockables that she could confirm off of by herself. And like, you have ways of using it in a bunch of different spots. Like, what I just did there was teleporting in a certain direction to make it so that if they DP'd, I'd be able to teleport through it.
How dull.
Like, and this is important because she can do shit like this, but for this to be effective, he has to set it up in a very specific way where it hits the Androdite kind of late. It's like, so she can cover all attacks. Because if you're not covering all attacks, then the unblockable becomes a lot less threatening. But that's important because you have to route in a specific way that requires you to understand not only where her spell gauge is at, but also how to manipulate it in the way that you want. Like, you have to use something like 2 and 4C. If you're already at a high spell gauge, then you have to do some fuck shit to get that confirmed. You have to do the Androdite confirms, or if you were already on the ground, you could use Androdite early. Like, you have to do a confirm like that. I fucked it up there, but you could use Androdite in order to extend the combo, and then spend your spell gauge so you have enough to get, 2 236B back online, because you have to be at level 1. You can't use level 2, which is if you press the buttons too much. You'll notice that I'm already... Oh, I think I have to set it actually. Hold on. So, like, you see how it's purple? I no longer have access to 236B. I have this knockdown one instead, which is still strong because it's something that homes on top of the opponent, but it's not a fucking unblockable. So you have to pay attention to the spell gauge. Her normal combos require a lot of delays, because otherwise you can't do full confirms. Like, that required a bunch of delays right there. Oh, she also requires you to understand how the combo timer worked. Not to say that the other characters we've looked at haven't, but what you would use to confirm after specific hits. Let me just finish the combo. No, let me not be dog shit at the game. Hold on. I might be ass. You know, usually you would use 5B in this situation to pick up. Okay, where's my super jump? Yeah. But you can't do that because after 6 seconds, when the combo timer starts flashing gold, you can't use 5B anymore because there isn't enough hits done to pick up with it. So you have to start doing shit like this. And then you can finish the combo, because her air normals have a lot more hits done than her ground normals. And, like, you're not gonna fucking know that. You're not gonna know how to do that. Character's hard. Character's really fucking hard. If Morganite misses the first root and the second hit is a low, if first root hits second is a mid. Is it a mid? Well, regardless, it really doesn't matter. Like, as long as either of them hit low, it's not a big deal. 9 is just you gameplay, but pretend you're smart by looking at the magic meter? No! Whatever, I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook. But, yeah, TLDR, this character's hard. Like, as much shit as I give 9 for being a top 5 character, this character's fucking hard. He's not easy to play. Okay. Dude, my voice is already tired, and we've been streaming for... Oh my god, we've been doing this for an hour already? Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to, like, speed this up a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna go through the characters that I know a little better. Narukami. Narukami's a mid-tier. Actually, no, I'd probably say he's, like, here. Let's go to Narukami. So, the only reason I'm not putting Narukami in the top basic bitch tier is that in order to get proper Oki with this character, you have to do a lot of good routing, right? Like, a lot of people are going to do shit like this. This is not good because 214B Ender does not give you a lot of Oki, right? And that is important because this character really needs a good Oki, which is what he kind of prides himself on. But if you don't route into the things that give him that opportunity... I guess I should properly explain what the opportunity is first. So... Narukami has really good air normals and, like, strike throw potential because he has an instant overhead, he has a double hitting JA that strings into... Let me actually, like, set it up properly. It's kind of weird. There we go. JAA, which is a third overhead that he can do there. If he does it early enough into the air, he could probably throw in the JC too, like that, which also combos, so he doesn't have to think about it as much. Like, he has a lot of things on his offense that make it genuinely strong, and the character would just kind of, like, continuously do so. He also has a lot of default things that he could just kind of do that make him a little easier to play. Like, this is a push block safe normal that you could just kind of throw out, and is generally pretty strong. He could go into the same normals over and over again. He could press 5A, I believe, 3 times in a single block string, like that. He has a pressure reset tool that, yeah, you can push block, but, like, it's pretty easy to use. Oh, hold on, let me actually set some more music. There we go. But yeah, like, he has a really easy use of 236C in order to, you know, keep plus frames, even if he doesn't charge it. He can harass you from anywhere on screen with projectile persona displacement. He has one of the most brain dead 214Cs. However, in order to make him properly threatening, you have to do proper enders. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean enders that allow him to threaten these tools. Like, for example, 5BBB is good because off of a certain amount of advantage, you can block faster reversals like Yosuke Ni, which is a 5-frame
Get
super.
ready.
He's not top 5? You don't think so? I don't know. I think 9 is probably one of the best characters in the game, 2000%. Like, if you don't think she's top 5, she's easily top 10. But easily, not what we're talking about. So, like, this is important. Because being able to block this super means that you don't have to take his pressure as often. Let's see. Let me set this up properly. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. See, I fucked it up. Yeah, like he could do an ender like this and keep his pressure, even if the Yosuke doesn't want to block. And him in particular has really good tools for this, because even if he chooses not to do that and wants to use his counter DP, can't do that either, because he has a persona normal. Like, he has a lot of ways to just keep himself safe. And even if he's not doing that, he could just kind of force you into a mix-up situation. Let's say, okay, I just don't want to go for that. I'm gonna go for a delay button. So, like, we could turn this off. As soon as they're conditioned, right? They're gonna start fuzzy blocking high-low. That's when you could do shit like this, and then you can start hitting them with a double hitting overhead. And then you get a full confirm that leads into the same confirm, right? Then you could do something like 5AA, which is also the same thing, and it gives you an opportunity to call your assist. The situation just loops. His offense is incredibly strong. He has good ways of going into a lot of shit. Like, he could just do something like this. I think he's incredibly easy to learn the game with, which is important. However, in order to get into those situations, you have to understand how to route. Because a lot of people are going to do BZO and Zeokar ender like this, and you're gonna get shit oki because you can't meaty assist with this. Like, I'm gonna set the bot to swap, right? If I call the assist here, even if I call it early and spend the assist, they're still able to jump out, which is what that essentially means. Because jump and swap have the same startup. Like, this is easily the most important part of the character. And in order to do that, you need to know how his combos work. Like, for example, you could very slightly delay this. You could also go for a super jump cancel air dash, which allows you to escape the lockout of IEDs. Just to explain that quickly, just so we don't have to go over it again later, because we will go over it again later. So in this game, you'll notice how, like, I'm mashing A as soon as I air dash, and it's coming out a bit later, right? That's because in this game, it forces you into a specific state where you cannot press any normals out of an air dash until you're in the air for a certain amount of time. Like, if I were to jump and then do air dash here, I get it immediately. You can avoid this by doing super jump air dash. You'll notice how the button is coming out immediately, even from a standing state. This is one of the most important techs in the game for a lot of people, and Narukami's included. Like, this isn't specifically required to play the character, but the skill ceiling is high enough to where I would say that it's, like, more impressive than what Akatsuki would have to do, and it also provides him a lot more. Like, this is so much more important for him, and I genuinely think that understanding how to do shit like this is gonna be what separates a good and great Narukami. Like, this character is easy, but he has the skill ceiling to work with in a different way than what Akatsuki does. Like, Akatsuki land cancels are not required to play the character. I genuinely think that if you don't know how to do these specific routing things, then you're not playing Narukami properly. But, point aside, I only really bring this up because that is one of the most important things to do as this character, and it's what makes him slightly harder than other characters to play. You know, it might be a little bit of bias because I used to be an origami player, but you get the idea. So Narukami goes here. A little bit harder than Susan, I think. Has a little bit more to him. Does this deck apply to Blake? Yes, actually. Okay, so we'll talk about Blake next, just because he brought her up. Blake is probably here. Like, Blake is not that hard, actually. Like, as a Blake player, I do not think she's, you know, insanely hard to play. Like,
Get ready.
what she's like one of the executional characters, kind of. Like, the hardest thing about Blake is that she requires you to have a bunch of like high input things that you would need to do in a single moment. But let me actually space myself properly here. She could do this twice per jump, which is like a lot more inputs than most people are used to. She also requires you to learn how to do super jump stuff, and like that's super intuitive for some people. Like knowing how to do Q7. We haven't really talked about it too much, but super jumping is not something that's, you know, immediately accessible to a lot of beginner players. Her combos don't work super easy. She has a sweet spot mechanic that you can't really immediately understand. Like, people playing the game initially are not going to understand why 5BB's hitting kind of weird here till they like lab the character a bit more, right? But aside from that, I don't think she's that hard. Like, she has a couple executional things that you could do. Like, we talked about the 2766, she could just do it here. It gives her, like, new confirms that she could do, but it's not strictly required. The things that make her hard is that she has a lot of higher inputs per minute than other characters because she's doing a lot on screen. 3 times per jump with EX. Yeah, 3 times per jump. Obviously, you're never going to be spending EX like that, but as a rule of thumb, you have a lot of things you can be doing. She's good at air stalling. She's good at taking advantage of the space that she has around her. She is able to teach you the game in admittedly a bit of a weird way, because like she's not super traditional. Let's swap characters here. Like, she can confirm off shit like that pretty easily. She has good active swap tools, you know, shit like that. She can teach you the game pretty well, but her defenses and whatnot do kind of lead towards the idea of playing her as a bit harder. Like, her DP is not as good. It does hit a decent angle, so I wouldn't say this is like a horrible DP, but it is on the slower side. Fastest button is 2A, which is not a low. She has a lot of jank in her kit too. Like, I've spoken about this on stream before, but for those of you that haven't seen this before, some characters crouching, he straight up just can't combo into 2 or 60.
I will fulfill my duty.
Like, are we fucking serious? Y'all see this shit, right? Like, this is super unintuitive. This character, like, unironically, this kind of thing makes her harder to play. Her moves are kind of deceptively short range in some places too. Like, let me see how I could space this properly, because like this happens more often than you think. Like, you can't use this at certain ranges. Even 214C doesn't confirm properly if you don't space it properly. I feel like the main problems with her being played by new people is that her mistakes usually makes her explode. She's low reward. 5B and 2B can hit one character and whiff on the other. Yeah, it's inconsistent. Like, Blake isn't hard in the sense that the way that she plays is difficult to do, even with the high inputs per minute kind of thing. It's just like, she has a bunch of weird things that don't look like they would happen the way that you think, and then they do. But she's incredibly fun to play, and she has a lot of cool things that make her unique in that regard. Like, she's good at teaching you the game because she has shit like this that she can do. Like, you have to understand delays properly, you have to understand how to link shit. honestly, the more I talk about it, the more I'm changing my mind. Like, she's a low damage character that you have to be kind of... You have to, like, understand a little bit better. Yeah, Creation made a good point. Like, 5AA, this button is kind of inconsistent even though it moves her forward. Like, this shit just does not hit sometimes. And that's kind of annoying because sometimes you can't confirm into shit properly without it. Or if you're just like trying to press the button to hit confirm because their buttons don't have a lot of hit stop, then you're going to be pressing 5A a lot. And if you're not pressing 5AA and it just doesn't confirm properly, then you're fucked. And you're whiffing in their face. And then you're going to get mashed on and die. Which goes back to the point of talking about how this character is kind of not rewarding. You're forced to know the game and reap the rewards of the character. You can't just push your buttons and make stuff work. I kind of disagree to an extent. Like, as long as you understand the tipper mechanic, which I know I said is not intuitive, but generally as long as you do, like, you can kind of bully people with this, or like mashing 5C or some shit. Because a lot of people aren't gonna know how to deal with, like, doing something like this. I remember when I used to begin, I used to struggle against a Blake player doing the shit a lot. It's the same kind of thing. Like, this is not super easy, and you could be a little bitch playing her. You could do cheesy things like that, and you would get away with it. But if you want to play her at a proper level, which is different in the context of like Narukami, as we talked about earlier, just because Blake, she's not as rewarding like Creation said, and she rewards good play, but she also doesn't give you as much for that reward. She requires a lot more effort for not as much reward. So if I had to talk about it, I would definitely say, like, maybe I'll put her here, like just below Yukiko, maybe around the same range, maybe a little bit higher than Yukiko, either or, like around here. It's because the game is very wise to her about her race. I don't think that matters too much, but I'll take your word for it. There are also things like 2 through 6 won't combo and crouch hit, but will make a block string. Yeah, like inconsistencies that make Blake kind of weird. Blake players are the only players I never see press when they're plus because their buttons are fucking slow. Like, 5 is a 9 frame. 2A is really stubby in a 7 frame. She doesn't have a lot of buttons to press, so she's just gonna be up backing a lot. Okay, just to burn through a few characters quickly. I think Hyde is like either very easy or an easy tier. It's like, this character's not that hard to play. Hyde is not hard. Let's swap to Hyde quickly. I think the hardest thing about playing Hyde is understanding how to do the delay Rekka stuff. Like that, it's not that bad. Like, you learn how to do it once, you will never forget how to do it. I think learning how to navigate neutral is a little bit harder on him because he doesn't have a lot of good tools that other characters do in that regard.
I got this. And
like, he has a good amount of combo theory that you can learn from that. Like, even in the corner, he has like 4 different variations of combos he can do. But other than that, he's really not that hard. Like, Shoto Man throw fireball, Shoto Man press DP to anti-air, Shoto Man press button that doesn't even cover the whole fucking screen. Or, I said that wrong. That covers so much of the screen you can't even see it properly. Shoto Man presses poke button into big damage. Big damage in quotations. He carries you all the way to the corner. He does shit like this, you know. He enables the partner pretty well. He allows you to understand how the game is played pretty safely, I'd say. Just because he's a character that can kind of be played in whatever way you want and can kind of sort of just press buttons. Like, we were just talking about Blake because she can't really use 5B in that kind of way. She can't just mash buttons because, you know, like, even auto combo doesn't really give her a lot. I mean the end of the combo, by the way. Like, this in particular is not that good.
Leave it to me.
When it comes to Hyde, like, you can kind of just do that. Like, a lot of people are going to do a combo like this. Like, this is not hard. You press 2 buttons 3 times and then do 2 2 3 6 quarter circles. That's kind of it. Yeah, he has a higher skill ceiling, and I do want to make a distinction on that because I feel like I keep saying that, but I kind of give people different definitions for that. Like, a skill ceiling is good to have, but even if you have it, that doesn't make you an easier or harder, or I'm sorry, that doesn't make you a harder character to play generally, like just to pick up on the game. It's just kind of basic Shoto, man. You know, you play the game, you have an easy time with him. There are things you can do to optimize with him. Like, he has a lot of cool little links like this, where you could press 5B after. It's like super spacing specific. You can do shit like that. There's some character specific stuff like how Yumi just got whiffed on there, but
Come on, get
character's not
over
hard.
here.
Hot take, Blake does not play traditional BB tag. Blake gets to cheat in some aspects in neutral. No, yeah, 2000%. She does not play the game normally. Blake is not a normal character. She is she's pretty like
Come on, get over
different
here.
in that way. I would say she's pretty like harder to play, but like in terms of execution, I don't think she's that bad. What you're telling me is Hyde isn't that cool? Not really. Like, he has cool things he can do. Like, he can't do IID routes and shit, which are actually kind of optimal in some contexts, because he can do Lotus here, and that stabilizes the spacing.
Is that all?
I fucked it up, but like, you get the idea. He can do grounded Lotus, and that in particular,
Come on, get over
pretty
here.
strong. But like, other than that, not really. He's pretty easy. I don't think I would say any other character is as easy as him, honestly. Like, these are on the same tier as Akatsuki. As a fucking bona fide Hyde player, you will not meet a person that plays Hyde more than I do. Easy ass character. Basic bitch character. Speaking of basic bitch characters, we ain't gotta say anything else, right?
Come on, get over here.
Like, I don't even need to swap here. Fucking Yumi? Incredibly simple character. He can mash buttons pretty easily. He has confirms that not a lot of other characters do. Like, she gets to link off of her counter hit 5A because of how much fucking hit stun it has. That's a medium normal on a light, which is kind of insane. She has some of the easiest combos in the game. You press 1 quarter circle most of the time. She has more that she can do with her combos, yeah. But again, like, the skill ceiling does not define the floor. It's just kind of all over the place. This character just plays the game for you in some instances. Like, she has some of the best projectiles in the game that you can just kind of throw out without having to think about it. She has incredibly good damage and pokes that play the game for her. Like, this shit hitting from here, yeah, you didn't get anything from it. Kind of just mash B in a lot of situations and you'll get pretty good reward from it. Like, her assist kit is still pretty good. He has a slow assist that people can confirm off of.
Let's go.
He has a lockdown assist that gives her whatever she wants for the most part. And she has an anti-air assist.
Let's go. Cover me.
Like, it's not as good as other characters, but it doesn't have to be. It's on a character that can kind of do whatever she wants. Like, I will say Yumi struggles with some zoners to an extent, so she's not... I don't know. She's not as, like, you know, brain dead as I'm making her out to sound, but she's pretty easy. Nanashi? Yeah, you're right. Nanashi and I are probably on the same level. Like, we both play Hyde too much. But yeah, I don't think I have to explain much more about Yumi. Like, she has things that she can do that are cooler and require a bit more understanding when it comes to not only combos, but just like playing the game better. She can teach you the game really well, which is why she's a character I would say is pretty easy to play. But like, I can't in good faith say that this character is going to be doing anything crazy. You can do shit like that, which is pretty cool. You know, I don't see a lot of people doing stuff like that. It's because, you know, she has easier combos, but you can do it. Pretty cool. She has a couple problems that I do think make her a little bit unfriendly for learning the game though, like at a higher level. So let's talk about after swap stuff, or like sandwiches, right? Sandwiches, for those of you that are uninitiated, are the situation where the assist is behind the opponent and you're in front of
Do
them.
not waste my time.
This allows you to do a lot of left-right mix-ups like this, right? Where you're able to swap into the character after intentionally creating a gap, which allows for a lot of mix-up opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise. It forces the opponent into a guessing situation, which is good. However, this is also like an RPS thing. Some characters can do pretty easy things like this. Hide 5B, 2, and 4B, pretty cookie cutter left-right mix-up. Because, let me just set this to Jin quickly. Here, I'm able to block the DP because I have enough block stun on my normal to active swap into 2 and 4B, while also having a gap big enough to where I could actually do something here, right? This is good. Yumi,
Okay.
I'll end this.
conversely, not good at that. Like, she could do something like this, but this is incredibly hard to make DP safe.
If you would. If you would.
Freezing blast. All you got.
Back me up.
I'm trying to like set this up properly.
Back me
That all you got.
Okay, no, it's not Machu's turn. Hold on.
up. If you would.
That all you got.
Back me up.
Nowhere to run.
Like, that was a really early active swap on 2A, 2C, which is a gap, but it's hard to make safe. And she doesn't have a lot of things that she could easily do that with.
Come on, get over here.
Like, this is one of my main problems with Yumi as a character. At higher levels, she's hard to make, like, consistent safe things with and sandwiches, which is a super minor thing to have. And it's like a very whatever critique. But, like, if you're learning at a higher level and trying to do sandwich stuff, you have to do a lot more baiting, like pressing 2A and waiting, or doing something that's intentionally unsafe just to throw off their timing. And like, yeah, that's fine, but you can't immediately threaten a layer 2 the same way you could with Hyde, for example. And I'm not saying that Hyde is just better as a character, that's not what I'm getting across, but in some ways, I do think that Yumi is a bit harder to learn the game with, which is my point. Yumi Yang, highest win rate team for a new character, question mark? Shit, maybe. That is a really good team, so I don't blame them. Yeah, like... She's one of the easier characters in the game. Even if she does have some things that are kind of unintuitive, I think she's probably one of the easiest characters to play, period. So there's not much to say about her.
Come on, get over here.
Okay, who do y'all want next? Carmine? Alright, we'll do Carmine. Carmine's here. I think, like, you do have to learn a couple things to make him... he's probably in the same tier season. I do think you have to learn a couple things to make him as, you know, effective as some other characters like you would with Weiss, for example, but those things aren't that hard. Like, learning how to do an IED combo is not that bad. He has incredibly good buttons that you can navigate the neutral with that are not super easy for a lot of characters to deal with. Pretty decent normals. His anti-air kind of sucks, so that part is a little bit harder to work with when learning the game. But otherwise, pretty good. Pretty damn good. Like I mentioned earlier, his combo theory is not that hard. Like, you're gonna be doing a lot of variations of this combo. Or like, this combo, for example.
Is that all? Is that all?
Am I fucking it up?
That will not.
I'm definitely fucking it up.
Is that all? Is that all?
There we go. Like, they're all kind of variations of the same combo. You can do a lot of different shit with him, like...
Do not waste my time.
You know, you could do something like that to set up wheels. But like, you're not really going to be doing it that often because generally you just want to recover the health. Getting the knockdown from this with puddles on them, pretty strong. Like, you set them directly into this. You could set up fucking a slow 6v behind an ID or something, and like set up a sandwich. Like, he's pretty easy character to get the hang of the game with. I would say, no, he's not that bad. Arm in the middle because he does have good hit confirms, but also has to manage his HP. Okay, I see your point.
What's your problem?
But HP management with Karm in this game is not hard. Like, even if you're throwing a bajillion of these 24/7, right? Like, if you get one auto combo hit, or if you get one throw, you recover a good bit of that. Hell, doing throw into the 5A auto combo just gets you like a bajillion health back. Hold on, I might be ass. Dude, why can I suddenly not do a fucking combo? I swear. I swear I can do combos. I swear. Like, that was a pretty decent amount of health recovered there. I spent maybe 4,000 or 5,000 and I got 2,000 back easily.
What's your problem? Come at me.
You gonna post this later? Yeah, I'm probably gonna put this on YouTube. Like, I hope this isn't gonna be too long of VOD because I do have to go to bed in a couple hours for work. Oh wait, I don't work tomorrow. All right, never mind. We'll be here for a bit. 5A auto combo and throw heal flat 2,000 or 50% of your red health, whichever. Yeah, like, you're gonna heal a lot of health. You're gonna be healing a good bit.
Problem? Come at me.
I don't think this is a problem. I don't think health management is that hard for him. It is not a defactor that I would say takes away from it. No matter what, you're gonna be like playing the game the same. Carmine has ways of making himself like different. You know, he could do wheel setups and like his combos can be pretty cool in that way. But he's a pretty simple character. I don't think he's that hard. I'm gonna put him here and I'm gonna keep him here. Okay, so I saw Yuzu in there. I actually do think Yuzu a little bit harder. I think Yuzu would probably go either here, maybe here. When we discuss it, we could think about it. But for right now, I'll probably put her in mid tier.
What's your problem? Come at me.
Here, let's swap over to Yuzu.
Get ready.
4k HP in one combo is almost a Blake B&B from JA. Yeah, he recovers health pretty easily. Like, once we get to Ragna, we'll definitely talk about HP steal more. But as a whole, I think he's pretty good at that. So I think Yuzu's in a pretty similar tier to like Blake when it comes to execution. She isn't hard when it comes to like learning how to play the character. Like, what's hard about her is that the neutral is kind of weird, and playing neutral is not pretty easy because you have to work around stance a lot. Like, she has good movements, and you have to play around that movement. Like, her damage has a pretty good low floor, but a higher ceiling, so she's not doing a lot of damage off specific hits past 6k. John Blood Edge is a hard character to pick up. We'll talk about Ragna when we get there. But spoilers, I don't think he's, like, you know, past mid-tier when it comes to difficulty. He's probably not getting put in, like, bottom tier, but mid-tier is definitely pretty high. But yeah, Like,
Lady.
Yuzu has a lot of good assists that help. He's a really good 6B. After being nerfed, by the way. Like, this is still really good. A decent anti-air assist. Pretty easy to confirm 5P that works in a lot of situations because it ground bounces, which makes a lot of weird stabilizations a lot easier to do.
I can take him.
Her combos do require a bit of understanding how her kit works. Like, if you don't understand that you have to go to stance to make this button fast enough, then you could just drop shit.
Is that all?
And like, if you don't know how teleporting works, then you're not going to be doing combos properly.
Is that all? There, I saw that. Shift didn't sit sharpening my blade.
See, I didn't even hold it there because I deadass forgot. Like, imagine a beginner trying to play this character. Eventually, you'd get used to it after sticking to her for a little bit, but she's like... She's not hard playing the character, it's just a matter of, like, knowing how to play the neutral. And, you know, understanding her mechanics. So, yeah, she's probably the definition of a mid-tier. I don't linger on user for too long, just because we have a lot of characters to go through, and, like, she's not a character I'm as familiar with.
Do
So,
not waste my time.
we're gonna keep Yuzu here. I think she's harder than Neo and Lene. And maybe higher than Mai too. Like she's around here mid-tier. We mentioned Ragna. Let's talk about Ragna. Ragna's probably like here. I think Ragna's not hard to play. You know, if we're going off the criteria that we already established throughout the last couple, you know, characters.
Get ready.
He has things that you need to know how to do that other characters don't. The stream is about how hard some characters are to pick up, how Mito has no combos. So fucking true, bestie.
Jeez.
I can't do combos. Watch, we're gonna do fucking seatbelt loops and I'm gonna drop all of them. Speaking of seatbelt loops though, oh, the only thing that I would say makes Ragna hard is that like his combos are a little bit more unintuitive to learn how to do. Like beginners aren't gonna know to delay this. They're not gonna know how to delay JAB in this way properly. They're not gonna know how to use JC. But like aside from the JC extensions, I think his combos are pretty easy. Like a lot of beginners would definitely get away with just doing some shit like this. Yeah, I didn't fucking do it right.
Jeez.
Like they're gonna do some basic shit like that. Beginners aren't really gonna need to know how to do SEPA loops immediately. For those of you that don't know what that term means, it's just hitting the sweet spot of JC. Like hitting this part of JC allows you to special cancel it, whereas if you were to hit it improperly, you can't do it properly like that. Which is the only thing about Ragna's combos that actually require some sort of, you know, different understanding. He does have link combos, which are kind of weird. Like, doing this is definitely something that you have to learn how to do over time. You know, requires a bit more understanding about the game. So he's not, like, baby easy, but he definitely requires less than other characters do, I think. He had some delay routing, but nothing compared to others. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's pretty easy. Like, Ragna very beginner-friendly character, I'd say.
You scared?
214 is a very efficient meter sync. Why is it called the seatbelt? That I actually don't know. You'll have to ask Monkey for that. I think he would know the lore. Like 9 out of 10 times, whenever we say something, it most likely comes from SoCal.
You scared?
Do not waste my time. Do not waste my
What
time.
else? I think that's it for Ragna. Like he has some cool like extension combos that he could do. I particularly am fond of his resonance routing. I think that's pretty cool. You know, he could do shit like this, which is pretty cool. He can go into double carnage scissors, or he could even go into like D by D or some shit. You know, he has a bunch of things he could do there. It's pretty cool. But like, you don't really need to know that. It's not super required.
Do not waste my time.
Like, TLDR, character's not that hard. You can pick him up, learn the game pretty easily. Ragna stays here. I'm debating if I want to put him in the top list of tiers, but like, I do think the delay stuff keeps him from that. It's probably harder than Akatsuki.
Do not waste my
All right,
time.
who's next? Who do y'all want?
You scared?
First person to say it, we'll talk about the character. Jin? Alright, I got you. I think Jin is definitely a step above Ragna in terms of difficulty.
Get ready.
I think he's actually like not super easy. This character is kind of similar to Seth in the fact that you have to understand your spacing a lot more. He has a lot of tools that aren't immediately obvious to know how to use. Like, Snowflake is not an immediately obvious tool. You just kind of set something on the screen, and it's not like a pressure reset tool or something. It's too slow, and it has a dead zone like that. It lasts a while, and it kind of controls the screen, but someone who picks up the game immediately is not gonna know that. You know, that's pretty difficult to know. He also requires like very specific things in his combo routing. Shit like that can happen, which is why a lot of people tend to do first hit of 5A into the follow-up immediately. In order to get certain super pickups, he does require you to do specific things. Dude, where are all my super bumps today? No, it's not JC. It's I think it's just double JV. It's something like that. Hold on. Is that a corner thing? Oh, is that only in the corner? That's super cringe. Okay. Speaking of corner though, he can do shit like this, which is definitely, you know, not super intuitive for a beginner player. I low-key forgot how the combo goes. I think it's just JC 3 times, right? Something like that. And then you can just do basic shit after, just to confirm. I did a lot less hits than I thought I did. You know, get a very easy ender like that. His combos aside from that aren't that bad. What I think makes Jin a little harder is that his Oki kind of sucks. Like in the corner he could do 214B ender and it's kind of okay. Because when you have your assist you could just do something like, you know, something like that, I guess. Yeah, well, like whatever. You know, it's some bullshit. But this is okay. But mid-screen, when you get a hit like this, you know, as soon as I can do a combo. This ender sucks. This ender's horrible. You don't get any Oki from that. And that's what you're going to be ending your combo a lot more with. So like, Jin has to play neutral a lot. Yeah, he has good neutral tools, and he's good at playing neutral. Has a lot of good active swap tools. But this character, he doesn't have looping Oki like that. He doesn't have crazy mix. He can do instant overhead, but he can't confirm off of it all the time. Like, this is so fucking awkward to confirm.
I'll end this.
Oh, you can do 2C there?
Stay down. Stay down.
Wait, where am I doing 2C?
Stay down.
not do.
I don't think I could get 2C after TK2 and 4. Like, he has an instant overhead, but it's not super useful all the time. You're not going to use this, like, 24/7. This isn't an overhead, and even if it was, it gives a knockdown like that. Small tangent, but this button fucking sucks. Like, what is the point of 2 and 4? Hey,
I'll end this.
this shit doesn't do anything. Why would you ever use a special?
My time.
Anyway, more importantly, like, his Oki sucks, so you have to play neutral a lot more. His combos aren't always immediately obvious. You do have to spend meter a decent bit in order to get what you want properly. His mix is decent when he's in like a sandwich situation. That's pretty whatever. I would say that he's pretty decent at that. But like, I don't know. I think Jin, you have to gap a little harder to play this character. He has good tools, like Toga is incredibly strong.
Do not waste my
Something
time.
weird though is like this super has 0 duration. It doesn't last long at all. So like you could sometimes find yourself in a situation where you go into this super, which you would want to do because it does more damage,
I'll end this.
but you can't DHC. Like I'm just gonna hold the buttons here. Yuzu's still on screen.
Do not waste my time.
So if you're trying to extend a combo and like do it at the end of a CC string, he usually can't even fucking use a super, which is really weird. You know, you have to route differently with him. You know, if you want to go into super, especially in a CC situation, you would have to do this because this lasts better.
Will not do.
Like it hits at a weird angle, so you can't always hit it properly. I don't know, man. This shit kind of weird. I think Jin is kind of unintuitive in how you're supposed to play him in this game, which is why I'm probably gonna put him in like mid tier.
I'll end this.
I think he's like low mid tier or like high up top tier, high low mid tier, either or, like one of these two. I think he's a step above some of these other characters just because he's kind of clunky, but no.
Do not waste my time.
Jin's a weird character to rank because like I don't think he's actually that hard to
I'll
play,
end this.
but he's kind of clunky in how he does play, and as a result, it's kind of whatever. He'll probably go here. Just TK arrow.
Cover me. Cover me.
Will not do.
Come.
Will not
me.
do.
Even then, like I still don't have the opportunity to
I'll end
fucking
this.
go into DHC. I'd have to do like some dumb shit like this.
Cover me.
You know, like the point is, Jin's not super intuitive to play.
I'll end this.
I'm definitely saying like he's at minimum
Do not
No.
waste my time.
this tier, orange. All right, who else did people say? Roll Floof, Makoto. All right, probably here. Like, Makoto's in a very similar spot to Ragna, I would say. I don't think I even need to bust her out in training mode. Fucking, what's hard about her is that you have to do those delays in order to get proper things there. You know, Makoto. Makoto requires those slight charges on normals, which is very unique for her in particular. It's kind of not notable though, because like once you learn how to do second delay cancels and then just learning to charge it for her supers and whatnot, who cares?
I'll end this.
It's kind of a mechanic I would say is kind of redundant, which we will get to, by the way. There are other characters this applies to.
Do not waste my time.
And I don't know, I feel like it doesn't really make her that hard. I feel like I could very easily learn Makoto in like 30 minutes. Obviously, I'm a very different demographic than someone picking up the game for the first time. Like you get the idea. Makoto is not hard to play. He will require one or two things that you need to know about her, maybe I would say her pressure is kind of nuanced because she has a bunch of different things she could do to try and open you up and make you play the strike throw game.
I'll end this.
I'd probably put her around here.
My time.
I don't think she's that bad. Like, I know I'm giving Makoto much less time to like actually talk about here, but I genuinely don't think there's that much to Makoto that makes her that difficult. Like, she has skill ceiling stuff that you could do. Makoto's one of the few characters in the game that can resonance cancel her DP for some reason. She does have a lot of that Jin or Blake jank where like her DP just kind of doesn't work in some cases. 236C, Serious Jolt literally doesn't function in some cases. Like, that special is pretty whatever.
I'll end this.
So yeah, she's around here. Oh, I don't think I said hello to you though. Hello King Frozen Snow, how you doing? We're just doing a ease of use tier list for BB Tag. Talking about all that. Can we see Tager? Yeah, sure. Tager.
Get ready.
I didn't realize how much of a time commitment this would be. Holy shit.
Commencing mission.
I'm staring at Tager right now, just kind of trying to think about how I want to do this. Like,
Do not waste
I don't know. I'm actually kind of struggling with Tager. Like, on one hand, he has a couple things that makes him really hard, like not having normal movement, not having a lot of good normals, requiring certain delays, not being super normal when it comes to his Gatling system. Like, he requires a launch in order to work properly. How do you do it? It's like, or is it like 5v2v, 2v5v or something?
Commencing mission.
Obviously, combos aren't the only thing. Like, his defense is really bad because he has to do certain things, but I do think he's like kind of cheesy in that regard. Because like, you could learn one or two things with Tager and then you could kind of bully people.
Do not waste my time.
Knowledge check character? Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. Like, Tager has so many weird things that he could do to knowledge check you.
Commencing.
How do I do the whiff gadget finger thing? Like,
There's no escape. All yours. There's no escape. There's no escape. Now get up.
I have no idea how to do that. Fucking get off the best team in the game. Oh yeah, the Kiyomi, so true, bestie. I'm revealing Kiyomi's secrets. You know, he's gonna win EVO 2027, just watch. But yeah, like, Taker has a lot of weird shit he can do. I think one thing in particular that I remember sticking out is like, he could kind of do shit like this. Kind of armor through this so he doesn't have to block it, and then he's like plus enough to do a command grab, and then you just kind of loop the situation. You know, then just forces you to guess here, because Gadget Finger Roki's pretty decent. Like, I think Tager teaches a very particular mindset that's not as normal as other characters, because he doesn't play the game the same way other characters do. You know, if I were playing like Jin, right, I'd be able to do shit like this to confirm, even if I'm not like super comfortable with the game, because I could just kind of move around and press a button and then do active swap shit like once I'm ready for that. You know, you don't even have to like negative edge it for that. You could just kind of time it properly. Characters like definitely different than Tager. Tager doesn't do a lot of that. Like, Tager plays the game on his own. And then like he has some active swap tools, but you're not doing, you know, CC mix with him. He's not jumping over plus assist and doing, you know, standard CC mix. He's not doing. He can do it, but it's not as good as other characters, I think. Like his movement is hard to do. His projectiles and assists are not very good. 5B's okay. I think he's a pretty hard character to learn the game with, not because he's like inherently difficult to understand, but because he's a different kind of playstyle than every other character. Like, hopefully that makes sense. I don't think he's the kind of character that you could very easily, you know, just pick up and play the game with. He's not Weiss tier or anything, but I definitely put him around here. Tigger's not that easy. But he has a big chest, so he's strong. True. Tigger has a nice chest.
Commencing mission. What's the matter?
But yeah, like... Let's see, who should we do next? So I mentioned cosmetic, you know, resources earlier. I think we should probably elaborate on that a little bit. What's a good character that I could use to like represent that?
Do not waste my
I was thinking Aegis for a second, but like I actually do think Aegis is kind of difficult to play. Yuzu? We already talked about Yuzu. Yuzu's here. You already asked for him or her.
Come at me.
Jubei? Sure, we could do Jubei.
Get ready.
Just kind of simplifying it a bit. I think Jubei is probably the same tier as Ragna. Like, he doesn't have anything too crazy. He has just frame links that you could do that are pretty cool. Like, I don't think I could like realistically ever get one because that's shit hard. Yeah, shit like that. Like, you have to delay it a certain way, which is pretty cool. But like, you don't really need to know how to do that. His neutral's pretty weird. You know, he's doing a lot of Shiranui. You know, this plus assist is pretty easy for him to represent. You know, just pressing different ones based on whether or not he wants to do a different pattern.
Do not waste my time.
He has a built-in mix-up tool. This. His combos are pretty simple. Like, I wouldn't say his combos are that hard to do. I don't think there's anything too crazy with Jubei. Like, he has cool movement options. Like 4466 is pretty unique to him, which can also cross out.
Back here.
So does the 66. Like, he has a bunch of cool things he can do in terms of movement.
Here goes. Gotcha. Here goes.
What's the special again? It's fucking... Oh, it's only from B. Okay. Yeah, like he could do stuff like that to lock you down. He has the can openers that he gets full confirms off of. He doesn't even fucking need meter for it. Kinda gets to do it whenever he wants. 2 and 4B also, I guess. No fucking... I don't really have much to say about Jubei. I think he's just kind of simple. There's not much to say about Jubei. Like, I'm not gonna say he's as easy as Yumi or Akatsuki, but I would definitely think that like you don't really have to do much with Jubei to start doing well with him. Probably helps that not a lot of people know how to play this character or like what he really does. But, I don't know. Jubei's not that hard. I'd probably put him in second to top tier. Probably put him like right. Where's Jubei? Did I already place him? No, I didn't.
Do not waste my time.
Am I blind? Where's Jubei? He's here, right? No way he's not. Yeah, here he is. Okay. Yeah, he's here. Like, Jin's probably harder than a couple of these characters. I'd probably put Susan or Jin, maybe Ragna, like around the same tier. Right here. Jin's probably harder. Arkami's around here. Like, Jubi's not that hard. Jubei's next to Ease. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. Andrea Igus?
Do not waste my time.
Oh, okay, you're both just telling me where he is. Got it. Okay, who else was just recommended? Hilda? I think she's like... Okay, so we're gonna see like tier 2 and 3 kind of fill up a little bit here. But I think Yuzu's pretty easy. And not Yuzu, I'm sorry, Hilda. Like, I think she's about on the same tier as, you know, Susan. Hilda has more variations of her combos that make her a little harder to play. You know, I'm not gonna say that Hilda's, you know, boo-boo baby easy. You do actually have to like learn various routing with her, like understanding how her shit works. Like, beginners aren't gonna know how to do this. She has good active swap tools. She has good neutral. She can kind of represent whatever she wants for the most part. This character is pretty good at like deleting newer players. Like, JV when positioned properly is really annoying. 5B in general is pretty annoying. She can set up a lot of these sort of things. You know, 2-1-4A, 2-1-4B. That can be pretty annoying for some people. I don't think a lot of people would know how to like actually deal with Hilda pressing 5B on block and like doing high-low. Like, for those of you that are uninitiated, for the overhead, Hilda does this animation where she has her finger like raised up like this. For the low animation, she does this, where she does the animation for 5BB like this. It generally is a lot faster than the overhead, so you can kind of make the distinction based on where she puts her hand. But like, a lot of people are not going to know that. I think she's actually in the middle because she has staircase and delay routing for side swaps. Oh, because you mean like... bit like this? Yeah. And like... doing her optimal combos are kind of hard. I will give you that. Where's my fucking 5B? Hold on. I'm fucking filthy masher, I'm sorry. But yeah, like,
Try to entertain me.
I feel like that's never gonna help me. Why do you say that? Someone learning her, she def can be easier, but then getting like 4.8 combos, but then min-max getting like 6.4. Well, okay, like, the point of this tier list is not about min-maxing because skill ceiling is not something that we're trying to consider too much. Like, 9 is here because she requires a good understanding of the skill ceiling in order to be here. But like, Akatsuki has a higher skill ceiling than like Hyde, for example, because he has a lot of cool shit that you can do. But like, that's character specific. But the low skill ceiling, bro can just fucking mash A and B and get away with it for the most part. You don't really need to know a lot about the character. So that's not really like the criteria we're going with. I definitely agree that she's not like Omega easy. I'm not saying you can just pick up this character and immediately know what you're doing, but she's in the category of characters where you could just start learning how to do one or two things and be fine. Like, most people are just gonna do shit like this and be fine because they push you away, they call assists, and then you do some shit like this. Obviously, no Hilda does active swap 236B like that, but you get the idea. You know, just throwing yourself out there, she's able to immediately skip neutral. He has a really good DP for neutral just because, like, you could do that. She has a skill ceiling, I definitely agree.
Try to entertain me.
Her normals are on the slower end. I agree, that's definitely a big thing. Like, not having a good mash normal. Her fastest mash being throw is definitely a problem. Like, that is not something that's pretty normal for her. Something I find incredibly funny about Hilda is that because her buttons are so slow, this special actually kind of sucks. Like, who the fuck cares if she's plus if her fastest button is 11 frames? There's an 8-frame gap there. If she's +3 and her fastest button is 11 frames, you could very easily press a jab and just win that situation. So yeah, her frame data is kind of a problem. I agree. That's definitely something you are going to have to consider when playing the character.
Try to entertain
Do not waste
me.
my time.
Okay, no, it is still going. So, like, yeah, she's around here. You have a lot of room to grow with her, but I don't think that if you're picking up the game, right? Like, if you're picking up the game and are just trying to learn the character, this is the tier of characters that you have to learn one or two different things with, but it's really not that bad.
Do not waste my time.
Narukami and Jin are kind of like pushing it a little bit because I think Narukami does require you to learn the harder shit. And like Jin requires you to play neutral more than other characters. Everyone else in this tier, I don't think like... If a bunch of beginners were picking up the game for the first time and they had to play for a week, if someone picked up Hilda and learned how to do a bunch of basic auto combos, then I think they'd be fine. People picking up the game and playing Hilda are probably very much able to kill others picking up the game. Yeah, no, 2000%. Like, that's the kind of metric we're going with. Hilda's not that hard to go with. Like, the reason two characters that can kind of kill new players are in different tiers, like Hilda and Taker, because Taker's a lot more clunky to learn how to play the game with, but Hilda has pretty standard movement options otherwise. And she even has the added benefit of having a JC that shrinks her hurt box, which is even better for her. So, yeah, she has a higher skill ceiling, but I don't think she's gonna go any higher than this. Okay, Hilda. With that in mind, I'll put the Dino up one. So the reason we put Susan here is just because, like, learning how to do delay shit is mildly difficult, and like you can't just mash buttons on Susan and get away with it a lot of the time. Dino is just Susan, you know, because he kind of looks like a dinosaur. But yeah, the JA routing is not hard. You have to consider the perspective of someone that isn't a beginner, or I'm sorry, that is a beginner. Like, even when we try to compensate for it, it's kind of difficult to really view it from their point of view. So for us, it would be a lot easier. But for someone that just picked up the game, I don't think so. I genuinely don't agree.
Do not waste my time.
Like, Susan also has a bunch of little delays that you would have to add in order to do a proper combo with it. Even then, just doing JB, JBC. That's fair. I could see your point for that. I guess with that context, then I could see your reasoning for that. Yeah. Here, I'll put him like top of high tier.
Try to entertain
There you go.
me.
Okay, so... Dude, we have so many fucking characters to do. Oh my god. Okay, so...
Entertain me.
What are some easy characters we can get out of the way? Adachi's pretty easy. I would definitely say he's like around this tier. You can kind of just mash buttons with this character. He has a couple cool things you can do. You can always pick this back up later. No, don't worry about it. It's not like me getting too tired or anything. Hi, Nigel. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Well, we're doing an ease of use tier list for BB Tag and just talking about a bunch of the characters and like how a beginner would be able to pick them up and play. Just from like that perspective.
Try to entertain me.
Yeah, Adachi's not hard. Like, this character doesn't really do anything that I would say is so ridiculously difficult that I think Adachi is like easier than a lot of characters in the game now that I think about it. I think I would put him around the same tier as Yumi.
Try to entertain me.
I really, really want to love this game, but I have no one to play with, and if I have, they're all 10-year vets. So, funny thing about that actually, we actually run a server that has a bunch of beginners that you could ping for games, and a bunch of beginner brackets that we could too. I would recommend TMN for that. This is the beginner place that will give you an opportunity to learn with a bunch of beginners initially. And they run a bracket every other week that will give you an opportunity to practice as well. That's a good place to do that. Once you feel a little more comfortable and want to start asking around when it comes to like proving on various different things, the IF server is the one that I and a few other people run, and this is the main matchmaking server for North America, and ideally in the future for other regions as well. As you can see, there's a bunch of different events here that you can look forward to, but generally I would say that you have a lot of things that you could work with.
Try to entertain
It's
me.
understandable that it's a lot harder to find beginners in like 8 years after the game came out, but hopefully you're able to do so. But yeah, tangent aside, so did someone's I think someone said a character earlier. Oh, Heart? Okay. Which character were you talking about? We were talking about Adachi. So, Adachi is one of the easiest characters to play in the game, I think. Like, this character is not hard whatsoever.
Get ready.
Like, Adachi you could very easily just mash buttons with and get away with pretty much whatever. Like, you could just do shit like this and get very respectable damage for not doing anything crazy. You know, he can kind of just mash buttons. You learn what 236A is, and suddenly your neutral is amazing. Like, once you start learning a little more about your characters, you can do shit like this. Now, like, lock down for a bajillion years. His anti-air kind of sucks, so I would definitely take away points for that, but he has a fast 6 frame, he has a fast 7 frame, he has one of the best jump normals in the game. Like, it's been fucking ridiculous. He doesn't do traditional, you know, high-low because his JA kind of sucks. His button is pretty slow. You know, like, combos are not pretty difficult with him, even if you're just doing some basic shit like yeah, just something like that. You know, I'm just bullshitting right now, and I'm just getting whatever combos I want. It's pretty easy. I don't see Adachi often. Also, I play Naoto. Kurogane or Shirogane? Because those are two very different characters.
Look at you trying so hard.
Oh, Duogane? Okay, word. Like, you can kind of just like shit the bed with this character, and he will generally give you good results.
Take it away. Do what you got.
It really does not matter.
You trying so hard.
He has fast normals, he has a good low, there's combos that are pretty easy. Like, even this, which is a bit more advanced, not hard to do. He teaches you the game well because he has a bunch of different jump cancel tools. He has some of the best jump ins in the game, so he's very incentivized to do shit like this. Easy extensions with JC. good supers like this, able to like combo off shit like this, have good supers. Counter supers are hard for beginners to work around because like even if they're meeting you, they're not quite doing it properly. You know, counters pretty good.
Look at you trying so hard.
I know it sounds like I'm not really describing Adachi in as much detail as I was the other characters earlier, but I genuinely don't think that Adachi has a lot of shit that is too difficult to work with. He has so many things that he could just do in this game and it'll probably work pretty well. Like, let me swap to a different character that we'll probably talk about in a minute. Fucking, I saw a Yosuke request. We'll swap to Yosuke.
Get ready.
Like, having a character like this on the team that isn't Tager, you could use a bunch of those tools with. Lamau, I pressed a nearly unreactable full screen laser into a 6P and now I got a full confirm off of it. That is not hard to know how to do. If you were to get a beginner in that theoretical fucking tournament match, this would not be hard to do. You know, you could teach this character to pretty much anyone pretty easily. And they would probably be able to take a set off someone.
Trying so hard.
So Adachi, one of the easiest characters in the game, 2000%. Can you just play Adachi alone with the partner as only for assists? Yeah, probably. Like, you could probably just do this, you know, call assists like this, and then do something like that, you know, if you want to be Omega basic with it. Even doing that is a little bit more advanced just because like you're using cross combo a bit, but like, yeah, you could probably play this character with just assists. Obviously it's not what you're going to be doing that often, but if you didn't feel comfortable swapping between characters yet, yeah, he'd probably do a pretty good job of letting you play the game by himself.
Trying so hard.
So yeah, with all that said, I think Adachi's around
Do
here.
not waste my time.
Excuse me. I'm dying.
Look at you.
Okay, so I mentioned Yosuke earlier. We'll talk about Yosuke. Yosuke, I think, is probably like mid-tier. He has a bunch of little delay things you need to know how to do. You have to understand how Moonsault works. You also have to understand how the combo timer works to an extent, because like, you can only do this sort of thing so many times. You can't combo into 2C after 6 seconds when 5A hits there. For those of you that are uninitiated, what I mean by that is, so look at the amount of hits that I'm doing. Like you'll notice that there's a little diamond there, right? What that means is that the combo timer is adding more hit stun scaling. What that means is that the combos that we were doing prior hit the opponent for less time. So like, you were able to see something like, hold on, let me swap to Yosuke. So this combo normally, right, like before 6 seconds, because the hit stun allows for that. The hit stun is just the amount of time that an opponent is in a state where they can't move. You're able to do a combo like this because of the hit stun timer. However, once it hits that golden form, they're taking less amounts of hit stun, meaning that you can't do the combo for nearly as long, which is the infinite prevention system in this game. So you can't just do infinites.
Do not waste my time.
So they stay still shorter and shorter as the combo goes on? Yeah. I hate delay stuff, they are so tedious, and tedious does not equal fun. Yeah, like, you are the demographic that we are generally appealing to when making this sort of tier list. Like, you're... I don't want to assume your skill, but like, from the way you're talking about it, I assume that you're probably pretty new to the game. Or at the very least, you play little enough to where you're not super comfortable with everything. Like, you are the kind of person that we're looking to, you know, have this sort of thing for. But yeah, like Yosuke has a lot of delays. He has to understand the timer and how it works to an extent before doing a combo.
Sleep here.
Always depends on the player with difficulty, but with enough time you can get it down. Yeah. Obviously, like with time, anyone can get anything for the most part. I more just mean like, you know, when it comes to playing the game normally, and if I wanted to teach a character to someone within a week or so, or if I wanted to give them something that they could pick up and start learning the game with as a something they could sink their teeth into, then yeah, like these are the kind of characters I would talk about. Like Yosuke's pretty good at that, because not only is he good at abusing the system mechanics, he actually does pretty decent damage overall. Like it has a similar problem to Yuzu, where like it kind of gets capped out after a while.
That will not do.
He doesn't do much damage past 6k, but
Falling asleep here.
it's pretty consistent. He has consistent Oki that you can learn pretty easily. You know, as soon as you get it properly. Yeah, shit like this, pretty easy. Not too difficult to get down with a little bit of practice. I would definitely say Yosuke, in terms of learning the game, is probably around here. Maybe a little bit more so than other characters like this, because his combos aren't as complex. Probably around Carmine tier. I just find these characters cool. Hell yeah, man. We love to see it.
Do not waste my time.
I'm happy you feel that way. This game is really cool, so I'm always happy to see more players play it.
I'm falling asleep here.
Okay. What's another easy character? Ruby. I actually think Ruby's kind of like in the mid tier. Now, hear me out, right?
Do not waste my time.
You're not showing the list? Oh, my bad. I forgot I have the monitor off. Here.
I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah, Yosuke's here. I would put him here. When it comes to Ruby, I would actually think she's like a little bit harder than some of these other characters, because like she's not as intuitive when it comes to, you know, how you do her routing. For example,
I'm falling asleep here.
let's just swap over to Ruby here.
Get ready.
Like, Ruby can do very easy stuff like this and be just fine. I think most beginners won't even do that end part, they'll just do this. And like, that would be fine for them. Then like, over time, they'll slowly learn to use like the 2 and 4 cancels in their, to their advantage. Like, it teaches the game pretty
Do
well.
not waste my time.
I do think that like her routing past the very easy stuff does require a little bit more understanding. Because like something like this, which you would want to learn, especially at further ranges,
That will not do.
I believe the combo is,
That will not do.
I think it's ACA actually.
That will not do. That will not do.
There we go, like that. Like, I think that combo is kind of important, because like, you're gonna be using that sort of thing in order to hit from various things. Beginner's probably not gonna know that. Like, the skill ceiling kind of high. But I do genuinely think Ruby is probably one of the better characters to learn the game with, just because like, she has so many things going for her.
Do not waste my time.
So I guess in the context of what we were talking about, I'd probably say that Ruby is like here, but she's definitely harder than some of the other characters in that tier. Where's Batista? We can talk about Batista now. Batista.
Do not waste my time.
How do I feel about Batista?
Get
Thinking
ready.
about it, right? Like, Batista is one of the most bland characters in the game, and what I mean by that is that her combos are pretty linear. Kind of in a similar way to Carmine, where like she's not really doing that much in terms of her routing. You know, it's gonna be a lot of variations of something like this.
Vertical spin. Rotation descending. Double somersault.
And you just like link into super. And like linking kind of hard to do, you know, for a beginner player. So I'm not saying that part is, you know, easy, but the wrestler? No. I'm talking about this tiny child. This
Do
one.
not waste my time.
Batista, the robot girl. He's very stiff. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. He's like, she's one of those characters where you really just need to know one combo with her and you'd be fine for the most part.
Is that all?
Like, learning how to do this is pretty much it. I think the only thing that would come as mildly difficult for this sort of character is that, like, in order to play her in neutral properly, you do need to understand how her tools work to an extent. Like, you can't be doing this a lot just because this special sucks. Like, you're forced into landing recovery the whole time, which means that it's not good at covering a lot of good angles at once. But it is kind of frustrating to have this for sure. Like, for beginner players, I would definitely say she's good at, you know, keeping them out for the most part. The robot girl, you're gonna have to be more specific. My bad, I forgot there's multiple. But yeah, fucking Batista's not hard. You just do shit like this. Fucking, she does the usual typical stuff when it comes to playing the game at a more optimal level too. Not the good skill ceiling. Damage is kind of low, but like she is required to play the game more. She has good supers and shit like that you could kind of neutral skip with. I don't know if you could do this for Ruby. Oh, you kind of can. She could kind of call GHC to keep herself safe, which is not something a lot of characters can do because their super lasts so long. How good is zoning in BB Tag? Incredibly. Like, I wouldn't say it's the premier thing, but there are so many teams like this that do a good job of keeping you out just because of how much it can threaten. This team is really good. I guess we'll finish talking about Batista quickly just because I swapped to another character. Batista is probably here. Easier than like, not easier than these two, but harder than the most of them, I think. But zoning pretty good. Like, when you have a character like Hilda, I can do something like this. Misclicking right now. There you go. Like, something to control the space of the game really quickly. You know, just do whatever with this team. I don't know how to fucking play either of these. Like, Nu controls a good portion of the screen at one particular angle at a time. And Hilda's pretty good at covering that. Kind of do shit like this. Just throw a bunch of things on the screen, make the opponent uncomfortable. Even if you're not doing that much damage, you're like just kind of throwing themselves at them. Zoning is pretty good at this team in this game. Like, even if we're not talking about this team in particular, there's a lot of different teams that you could use as an example. The zoning is pretty good. Why is Hilda in the tier that you put her in? So, the way that we described a bunch of these tiers, right? The second tier in particular is typically just like, oh, you need to learn how one or two of their specials work in order to properly understand how to play them. Hilda's one of those characters. Like, if you don't know how to use her overhead and her low off her auto combos, then you're probably not going to be able to play her properly. Or like, if you don't know how the angles to like your JV works, if you just start throwing out 2-3-6As without understanding the spacing, you're probably gonna have a hard time. Her buttons are kind of slow, so like if you're put on defense in any capacity, it's kind of harder to play the game. You know, her fastest thing to do is throw, just because that's her only 7 frame. Everything else is too slow. she just requires a little bit more understanding than other characters, but she can very easily be a knowledge check that beginners wouldn't be able to play against. Like, you learn 1 or 2 combos with Hilda. It can be very basic stuff like this, and you'll be fine. And then you just make them block something like this, and then they're gonna have a hard time dealing with it. So she's a very beginner-friendly character, I'd say, with a ceiling that like you could definitely do a lot more with her. So Hilda, that's why Hilda's here. She's amongst all of the other characters that like you need to know how to do 1 or 2 things, but otherwise you're good. Do you have any other questions before we continue? Gotcha. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we have new here, so I guess we'll talk about new quickly. Okay, so I'll admit completely, I am not super familiar with new. This is not a character that I play that often. However, from what I do understand about new, he's not a character that you could pilot very easily. Like, she is one of the few characters that has a bunch of directional normals that influence the way that she plays the game. Like, she has 5B, which shoots directly in front of her, 4B that shoots a little bit further up, and 2B that shoots at a 45-degree angle. And she has to choose which one of these she uses as a zoning tool at any point. Like, she has tools that don't always combo from every range. Her movement is normal. She has like an instant overhead she can hit confirm. But like, when it comes to playing new as a whole in terms of neutral, I would definitely say she's one of the harder characters to do so with.
Do not waste my time.
She has a good anti-air. Her normals are okay. Like, they're kind of stubby, but they're not super slow. Her damage is kind of okay too, if you get a decent cash out. I forget how to do it. It's like, yeah, something like that. Like, her damage is kind of okay. Something that I think is kind of underrated about her is that her combos last a long time. So like, let's say I swap to this character, right? Let me turn off regeneration here. So like, oh, what the heck? I turned it off. Or did I not? Oh no, I didn't. Yeah. So like, let's say I have no assist meter, right? I spent it all on a cross combo, and then I didn't end up doing anything with it. Then I just get a very basic 5B hit. Like, I didn't even finish the combo, and you saw like how more than half of my assist meter came back. That's something that new in particular is really good at. Her fastest move is 1 frame faster than Hilda's. Her 2A is a 10 frame? That doesn't sound right. Hold on. No way that's true. Oh, it's a 9 frame. No, I mean, it's a little bit faster. What about her 2A? Okay, yeah, she does have pretty slow buttons. I apologize. They are pretty slow. But yeah, like, I think new is a lot harder to play in comparison to a lot of different other zoners. You have to be good at navigating neutral. Because like, her Oki is good, but it does require understanding of certain, routings. But like, even if you don't do anything crazy with her, you can't just do shit like this. And even if you're not getting a lot of damage, you're keeping them zoned out. Oh yeah, good call on calling that out though. Like, new has a really good assist kit. So something very unique about new is that her 5B deletes projectiles. Like, it just goes straight through other things. So like, some forms of zoning straight up don't work on her.
waste my time.
which also applies
Leave some.
Strike you down.
to the 5B. Like, even if it hit new there, it still went straight through and gave you an advantage. Like, it's not as important if the assist gets hit. Obviously, if they're like one hit away or something, you probably shouldn't be calling them. But like that, on top of having pretty slow assists, like,
That will not do.
I would say this character is like kind of hard to learn because, like, yeah, she uses the system pretty well, but it's not in a way that, you know, like Ragna would do it, where you could press a bunch of buttons quickly. I'd say she's either mid or like high tier when it comes to, you know, doing so. I'll put her here, I think, around here.
Try to
Do
entertain
not waste
me.
my time.
Yo, my voice is already getting tired. Okay. Fucking... Do I have any water? Yeah, I do.
Try to entertain me.
Do not waste my time.
Okay, that's much better. Game has too many characters, should delete some? True. In fact, we should delete this next character, which I actually think is
Do
like
not
here.
waste my time.
I think Tank, probably one of the harder characters to learn in this game, and like for all the wrong reasons.
Get ready.
Now, what do I mean by that? Well, Tank, fucking huge. Like, look at him, right? This is something that Taylor has to deal with partially as well, but there's so many characters that get very specific things on him that no other character gets. Like, for example, I'll give you like a very quick and easy
Get
thing.
ready.
So, most of the time, when Akatsuki has a corner not corner, I'm sorry. When he has a combo mid-screen, like on Hilda, right? He can't do something like this and still confirm because they're too far. They're pushed away. Like, in order for him to confirm properly here, he would either need a counter hit like this, or to do a very specific combo tech where he cancels the recovery of 214A before he lands and presses a button with it, which is not something that beginners are gonna do, right? However, that changes when we come to Tank, because Tank is so fucking fat that you can do corner combos on him mid-screen. Like, this is a genuine problem.
I am the storm.
Because he gets comboed in ways that no other characters do, which means that he takes more damage than other characters. It doesn't matter that he has 20k in a lot of cases, because he takes more damage on average. Fucking fat. And not even to mention that I believe every character in the game has a standing loop on him. Now, why is that important? Because getting a standing reset means that you could reset at any point and force them into a guessing situation. Now,
I am the storm.
to make up for this, Tank does have one of the best defensive options in the game. Parry. Now, this is different from like Yosuke parry, because this one in particular can only be punished by one character in the game ever when it's already triggered. We're gonna go back to Akatsuki for a second.
Can I finish them all?
So Akatsuki has the same parry, like literally the same thing. And if I was giving so much attention to Tank's parry, then why is Akatsuki's worse? And this is important to talk about Tank, so we'll get back to him in a second. So the way Akatsuki's DP works
I am the storm.
is that when he wants to DP, he does a little fist attack, right? Like where he hits you during the counter hit stop of the assist. However, you notice how the screen stops for a second? Well, during that time frame before you get hit by the DP,
Can I finish? Oh my god. Give me more.
just make sure I do this right. you can react and call assist. And because it's a DP that he called, he can't burst. So that is an incredibly big flaw when it comes to his DP. Like, that's a huge problem. However, when it comes to tank, you can't do that because his attack on parry is a big fucking like fake like that. Now if I were to try and do the same thing like that, my assist just gets hit. Now you can do certain things, like if I were to like call Jin 6B really far back, let me see if I can like time this properly. Like I can still punish it like that, right? But that's like much harder to set up than it is just to like react with an assist. So him having a really good parry does make a difference. Just a fuck you button? Yeah, basically. Like it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it basically just tells you to fuck off. Now, in order to balance this, he has a lot of tools that he does like with zoning and whatnot, and he has very weird buttons when it comes to that. Like he has this JA that lasts for 17 years. He has an instant overhead JB and an unblockable JC. Like, this guy's fucking weird, man. He's not normal. He's not normal in any capacity. In what universe are you playing this character like you would play, you know, Ragna? He needs it because one amazing reason. Where's the anti-air? Yeah, I was gonna get to that. Like, he doesn't have a traditional anti-air. Typically characters have their anti-airs on 2B. His 2B is just a low. Like in general, his buttons are really weird because this is just a regular low. This one, it just throws himself forward a little bit. He hits twice. This one's plus on block and knocks down. He also has a really good 6-6 that is pretty fast and is only -4 on block. Can he air dash? No. He does not have an air dash. He also doesn't have a double jump. When he super jumps, he barely goes into the air. His movement is bad. He is incredibly slow. And as we established with Tager, slow characters with really weird normals are not that easy to learn. And like, even if you did learn this character first, because let's just say you like the funny tank, he plays the game so differently than other characters that like, you would have to relearn the game all over again. So for that reason, I think I'm gonna put him in the same tier as these guys. He requires to get like a whole fucking feel for them.
I am the storm.
Tager and Tank have 6 frame jumps. Okay, that's not entirely true because Merkava also has 6 frame jump squat. But you have the right idea. Speaking of Merkava,
Get ready.
Tank plays legit a different game and requires giga investment plus team synergy if he wants to win at later stages, mid to high level. 20k health characters and Merkava has 6 free jump frames. Does Wald have a 6 frame pre-jump? I don't think he does he? I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Hold on.
I am the storm.
Oh my god, yeah, he does have a 6 frame pre-jump. That's so cringe. Okay. We'll talk about Wald later. But Merkava, as we discussed, so just to quickly go over what we mean by that discussion. Jump squat is the time that it takes for you to come off the ground. You notice how I inputted an up there and I'm still on the ground? Like I'm slowly tabbing through it. Oh yeah, now I'm out of the air. During that jump squat and 1 frame after you get into the air, you are not able to block. So a character with a longer jump squat than usual, like Merkava, Tager, Tank, and Wald, they're all a bit more susceptible to getting hit when they're jumping, which is a problem because that means that they're unable to use a defensive option that other characters might be able to use properly.
Can I
Like we
finish
talked
them
about
all?
Hilda earlier having bad defensive options, like a really slow DP,
Oh.
really slow buttons, fastest thing being throw.
Oh.
But at least she has a regular jump squat, so at the very least she could just hold up back in a lot of situations and be fine. So hold up back, press push block when you need it,
Entertain me.
like she's fine.
With pleasure.
Merkava can still
I am
do
the
that,
storm.
but it's harder to get away with it.
Dull creature.
You can block in the air, you just can't jump and block at the same time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we're talking about pre-jump and generally why that's a bad thing. Like that is something that Merkava and the other characters do have to deal with. But I actually think Merkava is not too difficult to learn. Like he has an okay mash button. His DP is really good. Like it's a little slower, but it lasts 17 years. Hits a ton of times. Like you kind of can't really jump on it.
That all?
I do think his combo theory is a little bit awkward to learn though.
That all?
Because like a lot of people are not gonna feel comfortable doing something like this. Like something like that, right? Where you have to do a glide cancel. People are not gonna be comfortable with that.
I am the
Also, DBs
storm.
from the ground are unblockable, but that's another thing. Yeah, that's also a problem. But like, that's not really where I was going with that. But I do appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. But yeah, like, Merkava is like a little weird, but I wouldn't put him in the same weird tier as Tank or something. He's just like different than other characters. He's a mix-up based character that has neutral options if he wanted to. Like his damage is kind of whatever, but he does just kind of mix you up for free. Like he has 2 instant overheads in JV, JC. Both of these are instant overheads. This one he can confirm off of.
That all?
He's good at mixing you up. He's good at it. But like, his run is pretty good. His air movement's pretty okay. But like, he's kind of big. And I know I said his mash option is kind of decent, but like, it's kind of stubby. Like, he does have a hard time getting people off of him without meter to push block. He's a pretty good character, all things considered. I think he does play the game pretty well, but he's definitely a step above in weirdness in terms of like how you want to play him. So I would say like, he goes mid tier, probably. Right around here. Big equals bad? Yes. Unironically, yes. Big things equals bad. Do you remember how I talked about Tank being able to get comboed in specific ways that other characters don't? Well, there are some other things that also apply to that kind of group of people. For example, I'm gonna swap over to Merkava on this side, and I'm gonna do a very particular mix-up that I want you to pay attention to. What's an easy character to do this with? Linne? Yeah, we'll do Linne.
Get ready.
Remember Yang and Wald are the same hitbox size? That's funny as fuck. Big usually equals bad if you're not talking about attack range. Agreed. Yeah. Like, okay, so I mentioned how on certain characters you can't really do like standing. Just to give an example, like Linne is one of the few characters that can, because she has buttons that hit really low to the ground and her jump in general hits low. However, some characters don't get hit by... let me actually do the mix-up first, I guess. So, something Linne can do that is unique to her. Let's say you block a safe jump like this, right? Well, naturally after you block the safe jump, you start blocking low, right? Because that's the fastest thing that can come out after that. So, Linne can do something like this, where she breaks that fuzzy guard and hits you high because she does a fuzzy. What is Mito mixing? So just to elaborate on the term a little bit more, what fuzzying is when you block standing, you're forced to block standing until the block stun of that move ends. The block stun is just the amount of time that it takes for the move to end on block. Like, you notice that the animation on block is different than the one where you're just crouching, because that's the difference between not in block stun and block stun. Block stun is important because when you're standing, you can't swap to crouch until you're out of block stun. Like, you notice that he blocked this overhead, and then he doesn't swap to crouching until he's out of block stun. So like, if I were to do something like this, then you're able to swap in time, because not only did the block stun, even if it didn't end, you're still able to swap before that. However, there is a certain way of moving before that that allows you to keep someone standing hurtbox while also, you know, allowing them to fuzzy block downward, which is what a fuzzy is. It allows you to open someone up even if they're blocking low with a high, because they blocked high initially, so they're able to get hit. Now, why is this relevant to Merkava? Well, because like a bajillion different characters can fuzzy him. Not to Merkava in particular, like any big body character would work. You know, we could use Tager as an example.
Ready.
I got this.
Like, let me have Tager stand, right? So like, Rodna can do a rising JA and combo into his fucking normals. You know, something like this. Now, if I were to try that on Jin,
I got this. Jeez.
you see how the JA, the follow-up to JA hits a little bit too late to combo? It's because he's too short.
I'll end this.
Whereas Tager is so tall that I can do whatever kind of combo I want on him,
I got this.
which also makes him susceptible to different kinds of mix-up. Like, hopefully you see where I'm going with this. Like, that particular thing is so difficult to deal with for these kind of characters that they're forced to use push block more. And when you're using push block more, excuse me, that means that you're not getting as many mix-ups. You're not able to block as many mix-ups, is what I mean.
Come at me.
Like, you're gonna get hit a lot more often, and you're forced to use a lot more resources to get them off of you, which means that your defense overall is worse than a character like Lene that's so ridiculously short that you couldn't do a fuzzy like that on her. Being smaller is generally a buff in this game. Keyword generally. But yeah, tangent aside, I remember Monkey mentioned Heart earlier. We can go over Heart. Oh god, where the fuck do I begin with this character? Heart. Heart, I know. Heart, I know. Heart, I know.
Here I come.
So, I don't think Heart is actually that complicated. The main thing that obviously is gonna be, you know, weird about her is that she has directional influence when it comes to homing. So she can stay the air for longer than usual. She can like literally hold her position there if you hold it for long enough. She could go to the ground immediately.
Here I come.
He can also do this thing called back homing.
Come at me.
Why that's relevant is because back homing, I'm just gonna have Tager mash a button here. is completely invulnerable. You can't hit her. You can't hit her while she does it.
What's the matter? Come at me.
Seen a lot of heart from the show match and in other tournaments. She looked crazy. Okay, so realistically, she's not actually that like ridiculously strong in the context of the game. She's a high tier. She's good, but she doesn't like break the game or anything. The thing that makes Heart different is that you can't really anti-air her. So she kind of just gets to throw herself at you. Which is like not normal for a lot of characters. We haven't talked about him yet, but Hazama is a character that like you can't anti-air him for the most part, but you can still kind of interact with him in a way that's a bit dynamic. But we'll talk about that more when we get there. But with Heart, it's a lot harder to do that. Like Heart requires you to play the game completely differently than any other character.
What's the matter? Come at me.
So learning how to navigate with that is definitely the hardest part of playing Heart. But other than that, this character is mega simple. Like, I would say her combos are kind of weird because you have to learn how to do delay stuff like that. And she has a lot of awkward shit, like using homing cancels in order to extend her combos, which isn't super normal. Like, characters usually can't do that. Let me just swap over to her.
Here I come.
It also makes her damage like way higher than the average character. You know, you could do something like this, and for one bar, you're already getting more than a lot of other characters do for two. Like 8k for 8.2 is crazy. And then you get a safe jump off that that's safe to pretty much everything. This character is really good. I'd say she's not super traditional in a way that you play the game. Like, she's probably the most rushdown character it could be. She has tools from full screen. She can kind of throw shit out. Like that. And she has a full screen laser that's really good. But it also costs a bar. She's a pretty simple character. I think the thing that a lot of people wouldn't really get initially about playing her is that her combos are kind of awkward at first for beginners. Like even now I'm still kind of fucking them up. Like, her A-normals have a ridiculous amount of hit stun. Which is something that you kind of like have to get used to. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, that doesn't look like it would combo, but it just does. And you can go in and cross rate at yellow. Yeah, no, that's definitely something that's unique to her. I think I can do 5e there. I think I actually have to press 5 Yeah, whatever, you get the idea. Like, she can cash out pretty easily with the cross rate thing, which is something that she can do that's unique to her. She has a lot of things that you may not be super comfortable with if you tried to play another character after her, but I wouldn't say she's so completely different like Tank or Merkava that it would be such a difficult time playing her. So I'll probably put her around here. Heart is not that bad. Okay, let's get a couple other easy ones out of the way. Yang Xiaolong. This character Omega easy. Character easy as fuck. Like, as someone that likes playing Yang, this character is pretty simple.
Get ready.
Like, he enjoys running at you. She has stubby normals. Like this button is really small. This button is kind of small. This button throws her forward a little bit, so it feels bigger than it is. But like, kind of whatever. Her 2C is pretty slow, but it does work as a long range low that does combo and endure specials and whatnot. The thing about Yang that's like particularly special is that her damage is really good once you get to the cash out phase. Like even without semblance, which is her main mechanic, you're able to do shit like this. I dropped the combo, but like even before that it was 8k. Like 8.1 before super is definitely pretty good.
Into the fray.
Like 5B in particular is definitely a normal that beginners are probably going to gravitate to. Just because you could just do that. Like a lot of characters and especially beginners won't really know what to do about that. You just kind of play the game like that. And especially once she gets into like 30% health range, she gets put into semblance, which means that all of her normals now have that little flashing effect and do a bajillion more damage. Like that combo we saw earlier where she spent a bar, she does way more damage than that meteorlessly now. You can do 2-1-4 AB and a 2B. So it's a very specific height thing. The way you do it is you have to hit. Let me just set it up for you. Like this. And then you can connect 2B like that. That's only really useful if you have a specific timing on the routing where like after the second 2-1-4 AB, you're gonna be at 6-second timer and you can't press 5A. But like that's kind of niche and you're not really gonna see that often. But yeah, it is pretty good. She has a little like optimizations for her combos here and there. She has some cool stuff she can do too. Like she has let me see if I can do it properly. Just turn off resonance so we don't have to wait for that every time. No, she can do shit like this. I think I'm delaying it too little. Probably pressing it a bit earlier. Yeah, I'm still delaying it too much. Yeah, like that. She could do shit like this. Like, it's not optimal, but you could definitely do it.
I'll end this.
It is in fact time for DP route. But yeah, like she has some nuance. You're not really gonna see too much of it. She's good at teaching you the game. I would definitely say she's a good active swap abuser. You know.
Let's go. Let's go.
Shit like this, she's pretty good at. She's good at like catching people jumping with shit like this. Her damage is pretty good even without resonance because 2C scales incredibly well. You know, like you get the idea. Yang, pretty basic character, all things considered. Like you would think Firecracker would have more uses, but it really is just like a projectile you throw to approach, or like just end the block string early with. It has some niche uses as a corner ender, like this, because you could space yourself out for like a forward tech. No, it body blocks, which is nice.
I'll end this.
Do this combo. CB, JB to the 6C. Sure. that.
I'm on a roll.
I'll end this.
Yeah, I mean, you could extend like that for sure. EX Firecracker is definitely pretty decent. I would say she's like not super complicated. You could very easily just pick up this game whenever.
I'll end this.
I would probably put her in like easiest tier, like here. No, around this tier. Let's do Labrys. Labrys is simple. Kind of. So
Get ready.
Labrys is a little bit untraditional. Like, she's a character that kind of spaces herself out from the opponent, but she also has decent mix-up potential. Something I think that makes her particularly unique is that her air game is like really good. So we mentioned how Heart is like incredibly strong at, you know, just throwing herself at you, right? Labrys has one of the tools that is like actually pretty decent at, you know, preventing that kind of approach. This button in particular, combined with her EX Guillotine, which she can confirm off of basically at any point on the screen, allows her to have an incredibly strong air presence that other characters don't have in the same way, which I do think is pretty strong. She's also one of the few characters in the game that could do something like Fuzzy JA into J214, and then she gets a confirm. But honestly, all not too relevant at the moment. Heart and S are complex characters in BB Tag. Yeah, I put Heart in mid tier, Sony. Like, Heart is definitely a character that's not easy to play, but I wouldn't say she's hard either. Firecracker for ground, 236 Bottle Rocket for air. Okay, I appreciate you, Neko. I'm not making that distinction though. I'm just gonna call it Firecracker and call it a day.
I'll end this.
What game is Axe Lady from? She's from Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. She's a fighting game original character. So if you haven't played Ultimax before, you probably just don't know who she is ever.
I'll end this.
You can get away with playing Heart without homing. Smile. So true, bestie. But yeah, Labrys is a little bit harder to learn because like a lot of her tools don't function the way that you think they would. Her combos are pretty simple though. I wouldn't say that they're that bad. Like even this route that I just did right now, pretty simple. The thing that is going to be different about Labrys is that you have to route in order to, you know, appease the axe level. But like, say axe level is a lot more simple than it was in Persona. She has tools like Winch, where she could definitely make a difference with. This tool isn't great, but it does function as a neutral skip. She has tools to kind of play at any point on the screen. She's good at abusing system mechanics. She has good normals in the air. Her routing isn't too difficult. I'd say she's probably like top here, maybe around here, this spot. Like, you learn one or two things with Labrys, and then a lot of her other tools are pretty intuitive. Not to comment on her strength as a character at all, but I definitely would say that she has a decent skill ceiling, while also having a pretty low skill floor. Her defense is horrible? Yeah, no, I agree. That's definitely what's keeping her from being, like, here. But as a whole, I think this character is pretty easy to pick up and play. And there is a little bit of bias with that, because I picked up the game playing characters like Hyde, Labrys, you know, Weiss, Chie. Obviously, one of those characters is not the same as the others, but you get the idea. Does it make her good? Not really. So, Labrys has a lot of different problems that we can get into in another, you know, discussion point, but Unfortunately, the problem with Labrys is that her frame data kind of sucks. Like, everything about her frame data just does not work in her favor. 5A is a 9 frame button that's slightly, I would say around the same range as Narukami 5A. It's a little bit slower. It doesn't hit at the same angle, so it doesn't quite work the way that you would hope it would. Her anti-air sucks because it's really slow. Her 5B doesn't really get used outside of combos in, like, I guess some niche neutral situations. Labrys is good if you believe. She's a mid-tier. She's not, like, bad, but I wouldn't tell you that she's gonna win you a tournament, per se. Yeah, Labrys is here. I'm pretty happy with that placement.
Let's do this.
I would tell someone that. Yeah, man. So true, bestie. God. Ugh. I'm high-key tired. Okay. Let's try to wrap this up. I guess pretty hard character. She relies on the Orgia meter, which thankfully is kind of easy to manage in this game, so it's not like a lot, but she does have a lot of different routing options that you can choose from, and that definitely makes a difference. Like, her routing varies a lot, both depending on team, how you hit the opponent, what resources you have. I would definitely say she's like around the same tier as 9, maybe here, probably there. It's not easy. Not a character you can pick up and play. You know, her mix-ups are a little easier to comprehend, especially if you played a hover dasher before. But she's pretty difficult to pick up and play. I think you would have to dedicate a good bit of time to play, I guess, before you get good with her. Or even are just like able to play with your friends.
I'll end this.
Akihiko, probably in the middle tier, around here. The thing that makes Aki difficult is that you have to learn how to do cyclone stuff. But otherwise, I think he has a lot of privileges that are pretty overlooked. Like, his air normals have a lot of hit stun that allow you to hit confirm pretty easily. He has an instant overhead, so once you learn how to TK stuff, that he could very easily just become a threat. He has a neutral skip special with a bunch of assists that allow him to kind of stay in and use his cyclone. He does ridiculous amounts of damage. And doing good damage almost always translates to being pretty beginner friendly. You got me, I'll reinstall. Hell yeah, dude. Pray emoji. You love to see it. I'm so happy. We did our job. But yeah. Akihiko, I'd say middle of the pack. Like, he's a pretty simple character, all things considered, but Cyclone kind of pushes him past what I would say a lot of these other characters would. It's a unique mechanic that you cannot ignore. As for characters that don't have unique mechanics you can ignore, PA, pretty easy. This character is not hard to pick up and play because you could just kind of mash buttons with her. I heard Akihiko counter hit JA basically had infinite hit stun. It's what it fucking feels like.
I'll end this.
Genuinely what it fucking feels like. That character's gone insane. Where was I? I was talking about Chie, yeah. So Chie is definitely a character you can kind of slop on. You know, throw out fucking meatballs. You know, covers a whole bitch of the screen. What else? Her buttons are pretty fast. She has JC, which is one of the most annoying pressure tools in the game. All of her jump cancels are fucking... all of her normals are jump cancelable. She does a shit ton of damage once you actually get her into power charge routing. She has a bunch of good partners she could use. Her assists are really good. I think this character just does a lot of good things, and there's a reason why she's top 15. Like, this character's really fucking good, and like, I think if you wanted to learn the game with her, you could very easily do so. Gordo, I actually think he's super fucking easy. Like, he has delays and stuff, so maybe I'll put him here. But like for learning the game, I think Gordeau is one of the best characters to do so with. He's a good active swap character. He has amazing assists.
I'll end this.
He has a lot of tools that allow you to use active swap to their full advantage, and they encourage people to do so because Gord isn't really a character that wants to be played on point a lot. He's an assist bot through and through that is very good at playing system mix, and I think that
I'll end this.
essentially puts him in this spot. Like, you have delay combos, you have understanding how his buttons work, so I definitely think that's what pushes him here, and he's not like over here. But pretty easy character, all things considered. Maybe I'll put him around the same tier as Ruby. Azrael, probably mid tier. Like, again, slow characters are inherently harder to learn just because they're a unique kind of movement, and when it comes to Azrael, having the teleport dash definitely makes a difference. It's definitely not the same as like playing tank or Tager, because he can still like air dash, and he actually has the fastest air dash in the game, fun fact. Can you mash with Gordeau? Not
Let's do this.
really. I guess just to show quickly, like, we'll quickly go to Gordeau and like show why you can't really mash with him.
Get ready.
So a good metric I like to use when talking about mash normals is, funny enough, Azrael Gustav.
Get ready.
Gustav is Azrael's 236A, and his 236A is very special because it puts him in a spot on the screen where he is directly in your face and -1.
Are you scared?
Azrael has a 4A like that, which is incredibly fast. So there's a 7-frame gap between both the -1 normal, or I'm sorry, not normal, the -1 special, and his 4A, which is a 6-frame.
Are you scared?
So if you were playing a character with a 6-frame, like say Heart for example, let me actually like fucking do this correctly. There we go, got it. Like, you will beat him out consistently. That's a good mash normal. You are able to hit him before he's able to hit you in this like awkward RPS situation. Now, there are some characters that don't have 6 frames that have a harder time doing so. Like Hyde.
Get ready.
Hyde does not have a 6-frame normal. His fastest normal is 7 frames. So if he were to block the situation, he trades with Azrael, right? Which isn't good,
Come on, get
but at
over
the very
here.
least he can still threaten it and like get out of the situation. Because like trading with this means that you're a lot further and you could probably do something like backdash to get out of the situation. So the reason that's important,
Good choice.
Gordeau's fastest normal
What?
is his 2A. His 2A is an 8-frame button, which means he is essentially minus in this situation. Despite blocking a -1 normal, he is unable to contest this. Because he's unable to contest this, I would genuinely say that his normal is actually not a good match normal. And he is in a worse spot than most other characters would be. So not only is the button kind of small, but it's an 8-frame normal, which means that he can't match out of a lot of important key situations that would make it a lot better for him. Like, I'm not gonna say being an 8-frame is genuinely fucking crippling, but it's a metric in which you don't want to be a part of. And like, we talked about it with Hilda, we talked about it with Merkava and Tager, but like, I would definitely say it's also just as important on someone like Gord, because he's someone that likes to not only use this button for rebeats like this, but he's also like kind of not doing anything until the assist is on screen. You know, like doing something like this is -8 and you pull them in their face. Like you're just asking to get punished and or lose your turn. It kind of just feels bad to play as a character.
Are you
And part of it is because of that mash. Fuck Gordeau then? He's out of the... Damn, that's all it took? crazy. We don't respect low tiers in this household. Fucked up. But yeah, Squirtle's pretty easy. Probably top of hot this year,
Are you
but
scared?
something around there. Okay, one of the last easy characters we could talk about, Celica. Probably around here. Actually, okay, no, I completely disagree. Actually, Celica's here.
What, are you scared?
So Celica's not a difficult character. I'm not putting her there because she's like this actually
Get
omega hard
ready.
character that requires a lot of things, but she has a system mechanic that makes her harder to work with. You'll notice that she's flashing green here. That's because when she's at full health, she has this thing known as Enhancer,
What, are
meaning
you
that
scared?
her specials are better. So like, if I were to do a very basic baby combo, you'll notice that they get launched pretty high after 214A,
Or
and she's able to do a combo after, just to like quickly show that.
my turn.
She gets a combo.
Had me.
However, if she's anywhere below a health point, or more specifically if she has any red health, which she will get at any point as soon as she gets hit, because all damage is translated as, I believe, 50% black health and 50% red. Don't quote me on that, I could be wrong. But yeah, like once she gets hit once, she's out of enhancer, which means that shit like this no longer works. So you're basically playing a character at half the power for like a majority of the game. Now, how do you get back into enhancer? Well, she has a few specials that heal her up into her red health, which puts her back there. But you have to give up a lot of Oki for that a lot of the time. And moreover, like some of her combos are kind of specific. Even if you have enhancer, you can't use it to your advantage every single time. But you're noticing that Zuriel gets hit at a little bit of a different angle here. Like he is one of the few that get hit in that way, because some characters get hit multiple times, which does more damage. Or when you're out of enhancer like this, you have to hit a certain way on certain combos in order to get pickups off of her. It's definitely fucked. I'd take your words as gospel. I'm screwed over. If I screwed over, I'm blaming you. That's crazy. I don't know if that's the best idea. Don't listen to streamers, chat room. Streamers are here to exploit you and take your money and be mean and smell and not take showers. But yeah, like Celica, her combos and shit are not hard, but you definitely have to remember that some characters things just do not work on. I don't play this character, so I don't actually know like specifics in that regard, but I do know that it is a problem. But like aside from that, she's the JC plus assist character. She calls assist, presses JC, and then she crosses you up, and then she just fucking annoys you the entire game. It also helps that she has a 5A that is reminiscent of something like Weiss and Ragna, where not only since she has forward movement, like for some reason I think her forward dash is better than some characters because she moves a lot when you do 6A. But like this one is really good. And she has a lot of buttons like that. Her combos are kind of finicky, and it would take you a little while to get used to her, but I don't think she's that bad.
Scared?
And tell you Hyde is cool when he clearly is not. Go take a shower? I did take a shower. I'll probably take another one though. You know, feeling dirty is never a good feeling. You never take my money? Yeah, because I keep telling people not to fucking buy subs. Like, dude, Spider and Fish do it consistently enough to where I remember their names, and I have to like shake my fist at them every time they do.
What, are you
Fucking,
scared?
it's I'm incredibly grateful for it, don't get me wrong. But man, please stop spending your money on me. Buy hoagies? So true, bestie. We love hoagies. More how? Thank you.
What,
Let me drink some water. Okay. God forbid we want our friend to succeed. Yeah, no succeeding. Succeeding is bad for your health. But yeah. Celica, pretty easy. He's probably around here. Maybe lower tier. Mika. Mika we can knock out in like a minute. She's not hard. Mika is just kind of the character that has really good movement. Her damage is low. She's a command grab character, but her command grabs are reactable, so they're not as much of a threat. She has really good neutral tools, like 236 is incredibly strong because she could just kind of navigate around it. JC sort of acts like a dive kick assist, but it's not as good as other characters just because it's kind of slow. She has a JB that controls the entire ground below her, so super jump charge JB is really frustrating to deal with for some characters. She can be a pretty good scrub killer. I would say she's around here. Like, her combos aren't that easy, but like you really don't need them to be that hard. You can just press like 5A 5BB command grab and you're good. Mika's not that hard. I would probably put her around this tier. Maybe not as slopified as Chie, but she's definitely better. Like I'll probably put them around here. Hello Ted, welcome in. Glad you could make it. We're doing a beginner ease of use tier list as requested by Icy. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Okay, a couple lightning rounds. Noelle. I'd probably put her here. This character, she's not hard to play, but she does have a lot of advanced tech that she does need to use, like land canceling. And you need to understand how her drive works, but she can just kind of mash buttons a lot of the time and be fine. So that kind of prevents her from being too much higher than that. I would say Noelle's here. Aurier. Aurier, I think, is probably top of this tier. Like, I'm bordering on mid tier here. Like, Aurier is a character that's not hard to play per se, but she definitely has a different kind of mindset when it comes to her combos. Granted, she has like one combo, right? Like, she has a couple things that she kind of do that are pretty easy to understand for a beginner. Yeah, like Lotz had mentioned, you know, EX thrust pretty good. Kind of throwing yourself at the opponent with 236 in general. 214A, incredibly strong normal. Kind of throw that shit out as a free low. Instant overhead that you can't react to, you know. He has a lot of good things that you can go for. Your JA is really good. You can kind of just abuse it by jumping and then doing ID back JA. Like that's basically a free wall. If you ever played Melee, that's basically like Mark doing double fair. Same shit. Combos have a minor delay. Actually the hardest combo in the game. So true, bestie. But yeah, like her combo theory, not too bad. I would say anyone that dedicates like just a little bit of time to learning how they work, probably not going to be that bad. I would put them around the same tier as Ragna. Like you had to learn how to delay the JCs and whatnot, how to press different buttons and do the variation for the ladders. But otherwise, not that bad.
What, are you scared?
Okay. Platinum. Let's do platinum. Oh god, this is a weird character. So I would classify her as like an eccentric rushdown character. Like, she has decent buttons. Her 2B is kind of stubby for a low like this. Her 5B kind of sucks as a normal, but she has a good 5A. Like, you go really far with this.
What, are you scared?
fucking holding 6 for like a few frames before pressing it just makes the round start incredibly annoying. She gets full confirms off it. Like, the confirms are kind of weird though. You could just kind of do shit like this. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Like, she has early projectiles she could throw out pretty easily.
Almost had me.
Miracle Gene is kind of funny. I think most beginners would like learn how this works. And then just match JC just to get the knockdown like this. It is on a resource though, so it's not like perfect. He has an instant overhead that's incredibly strong. You can hit confirm it into super. Just go straight from there. Speaking of that super, by the way, this super's fucking fast. So I'm gonna give a small example. Let me swap to Hyde. It's a pretty easy character to work with. That's not Hyde.
Get ready.
Try to land cancel her JC. Force recovery moment. Lamau. Her 4A plays rock, paper, scissors with other platinums. Yeah, that's probably something that like beginners would find fun, but not super important. I've gotten compliments from folks in lobby just for being able to do Blake and Aurier BNBs. Definitely a different environment. Don't forget her randomizer 6P. Yeah, we'll talk about that. But like generally, I would say that she's like kind of hard. Let's just talk about the thing I was mentioning first. So this is like a 10 frame safe jump, right? Like let's just say platinum doesn't deck out. Like this is supposed to meet you up the 10 frame DPs. So just to like show that it works, right? Like that. Platinum DP isn't like super fast, so we could try it on Hyde just to like show you what I mean. Hyde DP is a 10 frame. Like on paper, yeah. Hyde DP is like the standard for fast DPs. You know, 10 frames is the general rule of thumb. If you can safe jump a 10 frame, you can safe jump most things. So that's pretty important.
Come on, get
However,
over here. I
like,
got this.
her super, platinum super in particular, it's a 7 frame super. So like it beats a lot of safe jumps. This is a really good super.
Up we go.
Hey, it's Rich, what's up?
I'll give it all I've got.
Super's faster than fastest DPs, breaks a lot of safe jumps. Yeah, exactly. Like this is a really good super, and I think it's pretty underrated. It's one of the tools in her kit that I think are generally pretty strong. Her mix-up game is pretty good, but I would say in terms of like an ease of use, she might be on like a tier 2 or 3 maybe. You never mentioned that for Makoto or Yosuke? See, well, I did mention it for Yosuke. I did mention how Ni is one of the fastest reversals in the game and how it's important to be able to safe jump that kind of thing, and that's why Narukami was good. But I kind of glossed over it in terms of that, so fair point, I guess. Makoto supers aren't fast. I think her back super is like 8 frames, which is definitely around the same thing. But I would say it's kind of an issue because it's a little bit smaller. So like some safe jumps would just straight up whiff on it anyway. Oh, are you trying to put on music? I got you. I can boot up Nightbot. Hold on. Ideally don't play anything that's not like that's super high energy just because we're trying to like discuss shit. Oh, you have your system? Hell yeah. Glad to hear. But yeah, one thing I've neglected to mention so far is that her assists are random. You know, it was brought up a little bit earlier, but this is not something you can rely on. Yeah, of course I get the same fucking one 3 times as soon as I ask. There we go. Yeah, like it's random. Whatever assist you get is random. However, there are ways to tell. Like, for example, for her 4P, the color of the middle will show you which assist it is before it comes out. So red is hammer.
Get him!
Jumping hammer.
Get him!
You see how it flashed blue for a second?
Get him!
This one flashed green, so it's gonna be, yeah.
Up we go!
Like, that's something you're not really gonna be paying attention to a lot of the time, and it's super frustrating for beginners to understand why that's happening. So I would say that, like, that alone bumps her up a tier.
Come on, get
Or if he
over
always
here.
just works. Yeah, that's true. I would definitely say, like, if you're trying to do a specific combo, like, I know beginners do be liking to lab their specific combos that, like, it would be kind of hard to make work most of the time. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your question, Nightingale. I'm gonna sound dumb, but does a single frame make a difference between— Yes, absolutely. So do you remember the example we used with Gordeau and Hyde when it came to blocking Gustav? Well, like, having that one frame difference genuinely causes the situation to go from, like, an RPS to straight up losing. It's bad for Gordeau, whereas, like, Hyde, it's not great, but, like, he can RPS with Azrael and, like, be fine. Or like a 6-frame character just straight up wins and he can't do anything about it. He has to get out of the way. Like, having that 1 frame difference makes such a huge improvement that I would say that having that over not is what can make a character better than the other. I DP on Makoto because she has the only 9-frame DP and I'm gonna use it. Okay, so
Come on,
elaboration
get over
on that. Her 9-frame DP technically doesn't work. I gotta stop panicking and press buttons, gotta get rid of that habit. You'll get over it over time. Don't worry. Allard and Rachel Susan. You hate other people? Is that what it is? Crazy. But yeah, platinum probably mid tier. Like right here, I think. Around here. Okay, let's get the harder characters out of the way because I would have less to say about them. Rachel goes here. Like, well, we don't even have to have a debate about that. Rachel's one of the hardest characters to play in the game. Like, as much as I shit on Rachel players for having basically not having to worry about the self-feed mechanic.
If I must, I must.
Self-feed is, for those of you that are uninitiated, self-feed is the thing that allows her to move faster in the air. You notice the little rose petal that gets put out there. It allows you to influence the direction of the specials that she throws out.
This way.
Like, you'll notice if I throw it downward, it'll go straight down, whereas if I let it go out, it'll go a little bit further. That's what the use of Sylphid. And it also means that she could go directly down with her overhead, making her have one of the fastest overheads in the game. You know, shit like that. She could do stuff like that. She has a bunch of ways of throwing things on the screen and making it incredibly uncomfortable for the opponent. Her combos are, like, not that simple either. Look, you don't know what they are.
If I must, I just stay back. Are you ready? Stay back. Are you ready? Just stay back.
It was But what is it again? It's like the point is, this shit hard. Like, her combos are not super easy. She has specific routing things you need to pay attention to. Like, she doesn't do a lot of damage, so she hits you a lot of times. Granted, she has some of the best Oki in the game. Like, if I were to find some of that old Oki that Cake posted on his Twitter, it would probably be Gigi's. Yeah, she's the setup character. Like, she sets up a lot of these bats on screen, and once they're deployed, they just kind of control the screen for her. And she can use it on Oki too. Like, she does shit like this a lot. Like, I did it wrong, but you get the idea. You can do stuff like that. She doesn't do a lot of damage. She's very picky with the partners that she wants. She's not a character you can pick up and play. Unironically, one of the hardest characters to play in the game. Now, I say that with a grain of salt, because BB Tag and in general is just an easier game to play than most other fighting games. Not necessarily in the context of there's less to do in the game, but rather like the low skill floor does allow people to play the game easier. Like, even with auto combos, still a lot to improve upon. And I think Rachel's probably one of the characters that exemplifies that the best. So yeah, she's up there with mine, for sure. Teddy, another omega fucking difficult character. He is... So we talked about character-specific stuff when it came to Celica earlier. Teddy might be one of the characters that has some of the most type of that shit. Like, his basic combos are pretty easy, that's true. Like, he can do shit like this. How do I do it again? It's like... You do shit like that. It's pretty simple. He can do stuff like that, but Mito cannot. True. I do not play this character. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Come on, get over here. Don't fight over
His basic combos are easy enough and do good damage.
Not yet.
Would you consider the JA Link basic though?
Not yet.
Like, I guarantee you beginners are not getting that shit easy. I guess it would do that. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I could see that being a decent argument for like why he's not super easy. Or, I'm sorry, not super ridiculously hard. It's way more approachable. Fair point, yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Just basic combos all overall. Yeah, you've convinced me. I'll move him down to this tier. I'm not even gonna attempt to show item combos. If you're curious, I would definitely recommend watching people like Mustache Villain or Pizza Mayo. They have a bunch of shit.
Come on, get over here.
But as a whole, I think this character probably one of the harder characters to learn, and that's probably gonna stay that way. Waldstein, probably here. Like, Wald has the problem of not having normal movement, but see, it's not as bad as other characters because like his movement is still okay because he has a good air dash and like ridiculous air normals. Bro actually just like covers 60% of the screen in one air dash, which he has, by the way. You know, he's a big body grappler with an air dash. So his movement is actually pretty good. His buttons don't take that much recovery. You know, he gets combos like that. I obviously fucked it up, but like he has combos. He does real shit. He's in fact a character. You know, that kind of sounds redundant when I put it like that, but he's not so difficult to learn, even if he is definitely a bit different. What was it again? It was like 2BB, 5BB. Yeah, like that. Like, yeah, that probably would take a little bit to learn, but even if you're not doing shit like that, like, you would probably just be... something basic like that. Or maybe like... that? I don't know. Some basic shit. Do IDJ AA with the macro? Yeah, I figured. She also doesn't care about the timer much just because of the way it works. He's a character that's very... not like the easiest in the world, but I would definitely say he's more beginner friendly than not. You could very easily like go into the game thinking, man, I like this guy Wald from uni, I'm gonna play him in BB tag, and then probably have a decent time with him.
Come on, get over here.
Like I don't think you're ever gonna struggle too much with Wald. He's a big body, but he's also a uni big body, so that means that his hurt box actually isn't that big. Otherwise, yeah, he's fine. Nothing too notable to say about him. Liz. She's hard to rank because on one hand, like, you definitely can just mash buttons with her, but on the other hand, like, she has such complex routing. And the way that she helps you learn the game is kind of valuable. But, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna lean towards putting her here. She's not hard, but she definitely requires you to learn more about the game in order to use her properly. I don't have much to say about Liz, honestly. I think she's probably just there. Let's do S. I guess we'll just go into rotation from here. So S is a character that I wasn't 100% sure on for a while, but after playing her a little bit on my end and like watching Sony-kun play her, I think she's actually like top of this tier. I think this character like has a bunch of different little routing choices that make her a little bit harder, so maybe around here actually. Like a bunch of different routings that are character specific, and you kind of have to understand how her routing works in order to pick up off of it properly. You can't just match buttons with her. I'd say she's pretty good at like teaching you the game, but she does require you to like sink more time into her. Her 5A is bad, run up 2A is good. Yeah, 2000%. That button is good. And her run speed is pretty good too. Like she runs pretty fast, all things considered. Hakumen. Probably here. He's not basic baby bitch easy tier, but like you can definitely mash buttons with him and be fine, but you're not gonna see much success past a certain point, I think. Hakumen's not hard. I think you could very easily get away with, you know, playing him like a jobber for a while. I think S is probably in the second tier. Basic stuff is universal and our enders are all good enough to just meaty off of. That's true. Yeah, I was kind of iffy on both, but I definitely don't think she's like lower end of that tier. I'll probably put her here if we are going to put her in that tier. Like we are considering the thought process of a beginner, so you're probably right. Hazama, probably here. Like he's one of those characters that have a bunch of different movement shit. He doesn't have easy movement to work with. You can't just pick him up and like move around the game. You're gonna feel super clunky for a while. Even after learning the character, I feel like you would still feel kind of clunky. Hazama, no, like I feel like out of all the characters that I'm considering putting in this tier, He's probably one of the easier ones to pick up and play, just because like his combo routing isn't actually that bad. But meh, I feel like the neutral and the approaching methods are weird enough to where I'd probably put him around here. I don't think I really need to show much off of him. Like he's just kind of a character that requires a bit of nuance to play properly. Especially since he's kind of ass, and you know, being dog ass definitely doesn't help. Bruh, Spider, you played fucking ID Purpose. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't tab to that. Thank God. I'm sorry, Spider, but we're not playing that right now.
Over here.
That's not the kind of song I want to listen to right now. Shoutouts to the lo-fi Air Emblem teams though. These tracks have been so awesome. Is it bad? No, I love ID Purpose. It's one of my favorite songs from Awakening. But not the time or place to listen to it, I don't think. W Lo-Fi Soren? Hell yeah. You listen to ID Purpose to help you sleep? What? Huh? No, we gotta address that, right? Like, question mark? What? Is it the choir? The only thing I can think of is that it's the choir. Because, like, having all of the instrumentation in the background, I feel like would kill any sort of chill vibes from that. Genuinely, I'm flabbergasted. Actually insane work. Okay, thankfully the last few characters here are not that difficult to rank. Kurogane here. Okay, so Kurogane is a very unique case because he's not a hard character to play. However, in order to play him properly, he requires some of the hardest execution in the game. And like, yeah, that's not gonna be super relevant for beginners, but even for beginners, like doing, you know, button into 236B or something, you know, you're not going to be getting much off of it, and you can't just like smack your face into the controller with this character. I feel like he genuinely doesn't do enough to do that. That song's bracket music? Yeah, 2000%. Like, you get it. But yeah, Kurogane, not much to say about him. He is a good assist kit. He not hard to learn the game with, but it's definitely an unorthodox kit. Like, having a 4P that fucking massive definitely makes you play the game differently. Comically large spoon. But yeah, Kurogane definitely up in this later tier. Kurogane is a championship glue eater character. No, yeah, 2000%. Like, the character themselves is a fucking glue eater. Like, I actually feel that way about Seth and Nine, too. Those characters are fucking glue eaters. You know, I do not respect those players. Fuck you guys. You know, I say as a Seth player. However, the execution, especially when it comes to, you know, getting down to even just the minor nitty-gritty shit is so rough. Good luck. That just reminded me to lock in and play Fire Emblem Awakening. Yeah, do it. That game's good. Do it. Kurogane is the monkey with a top hat. True. That's probably the best way to classify a reach down and or top tier that, like, you know, plays the way that they do. All right, final few. Izuyoi, probably here. Like, she's not a character you can mash with very easily. Her damage is low. Like, her specials are not super weird, but they do require a little bit of knowledge to play properly. She has 214B as an anti-air, but like I definitely don't think that a lot of beginners are going to be pressing 214B to anti-air, like at all. Character's definitely rough to try and learn the game with, but like she's not bad at it. I think she does use the systems pretty well, so it's probably not why I'm going to put her in 9 tier. But either way, I think does, you know, require you to be a little better at the game, play properly. All right, Kanji goes in shitter tier. So Kanji's not like an omega shitter, but he definitely is like easy to like pick up and play the game with. You know, you just be mashing 5A, mashing 5B, mashing 4A, you know, just doing whatever. Command grab 24/7. People don't know how to jump it. Our standards are low. Our standards are in the gutter when it comes to Kanji. Bro's just doing shit. Like, I don't think I have to elaborate much on Kanji. Bro just kind of goes flying shitlord, yeah. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, a lot of the low tier characters you could kind of classify as a knowledge check character. You know, Tager, Kanji, to a smaller extent, Gord. I would definitely say that's around there. But I don't have much to say about Kanji. He's just kind of easy to play. Like, yeah, there's a lot of cool shit that you can do with that character. I'm not saying he doesn't have a good ceiling, but that's not really what we're aiming for here.
Come on, get over here.
All right, Shirogane. He's probably around here. Her combos have a lot of nuance. You can't really mash with this character. Like, setting up traps kind of... You have to learn how to do that properly. Her buttons aren't super intuitive on how they're supposed to be used in most cases, I want to say. Like, 5A and 5B are just pretty normal pokes, and all of them move forward, so they're, like, fine at pressuring. I don't know. I feel kind of weird about Shirogane. What's Labrys knowledge checking you on? What?
Come on, get over here.
Oh, I completely misread that. Okay. She's knowledge checking you on our frame data, kind of like Word. You know, like frame data is dog shit, but like most people aren't gonna know that initially. But no, yeah. Shirogane,
Come on, get over here.
yeah, she's pretty easy. Like, her combos aren't that bad. And I guess I'm just putting a little more stock into her just because, like, playing neutral isn't as easy as it initially looks. Especially since so many characters have neutral skips and shit. And I think, you know, if beginners are going to learn one thing, they're probably going to learn how to, you know, fucking run at people. Mark setups are not important. Like, even setting up Mark is not important. Like, just getting the hit is definitely better. Kind of burns through meter a lot, and most beginners kind of want beginner just to, like, most beginners kind of want beginner, by the way. Most beginners kind of want push block just to, you know, be able to do that properly. Learning unblockables will probably filter people 2000%, yeah. Like, learning how to do one active swap like that will get you on the door and gateway of just learning how to play the game like that, yeah. Mitsuru, I think, is... Okay, so this is gonna be a bit of a hot take, right? I think she's here. In this particular tier, like, right below Izue. Like, she's not hard to play in terms of the neutral game plan. She literally just presses 236 and fucking runs at you. The problem I have with Mitsuru in terms of learning as a beginner is that she feels incredibly clunky. Like, her buttons do not have long cancel windows. Her combos are really weird to do because you have to do a lot of delay shit. You don't really understand how mix-ups work when you're a beginner. So, like, I wouldn't say that doing high-low with her is very intuitive, especially considering that not a lot of it is good. Can you send this to me when you're done? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, new players, like, I don't think they would have a fun time playing Mitsuru. I feel like you have to really specialize in playing Mitsuru, or like at the very least play her for a while too before you really get comfy with her and like learn how to use her Gatlings properly.
Come on, get over here.
Okay, I think that's everything. So for those of you that are still here, thank you so much for watching for 4 fucking hours, by the way. Jesus Christ, I thought we were gonna be done 2 hours ago. Speak now on your opinions or forever hold your peace.
Come on, get over here.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna save this and post it to IF. I'll just do it now just to be safe. There we go.
Come on, get over here.
Made on stream with explanations for everything. Posting for people who asked for it. Alright, there we go. So any objections before, you know, we finish up? Can we move 9 to easy tier? Because after 2 months of learning her, she's so easy so that means she's easy for everyone. So true, Bessie.
Get over here.
You said you didn't have to say much about Yumi, but I think she had the longest I was here for. Really? I deadass do not remember saying that much about her.
Come on, get over here.
Haku probably goes down. You think he's like harder than other characters? Like, I think Haku is pretty good at just slamming the B button and then just kind of killing people. Have a good night, Spider. Take care. So we were gonna do the other tier list today, but like, I think I'm just gonna save that for tomorrow. We'll do it before debut because my ass is fucking tired. But super fun stream regardless. I cannot believe this was like an entire experience though. Did I head out? Thanks for doing it. Yeah, of course. You spent your points, so it's only fair.
Come on,
But yeah,
get over here.
fucking who do y'all want to raid? Oh, Church is streaming. We'll raid Church.
Come on,
I do
get
feel
over
like Nine
here.
and Rachel aren't really in a tier of their own. Maybe Rachel. Fair point. We could probably discuss that more in the Discord. My ass is fucking. My ass is tired. We'll get back to it later. See y'all later.
Come on, get over here.